But yeah, no, yeah, yeah. Yes, let's do that. Well, howdy ho. Well, also, well, to answer the question I never answered for you about how late I want to stay up tonight, I feel like 3 hours is a good idea and not later. And hopefully, I don't absolutely fail that. I agree. And the craziest part is we have both written so many new topics that I completely forgot that we haven't even started all 100 of the Sarada ones. And while you're at it, like the stream, become a member, and subscribe if you haven't, and make a new account to like again, and subscribe again. And while you're at it, spam the comment sections with one letter per comment. So write a paragraph and like 500 comments for the algorithm. At least one of you watching can do it. All we need is one. I already know most of you won't. But I want one of you, that lucky special person. We'll gift you a membership via CamCam if you do it. I think you can do that, right? You can just pick someone to gift to, hopefully. I don't know. Well, and we'll figure it out. You know, if we have to, we will personally send you all the members only videos if you do it, okay? All 500 of them. You're going to have a big email. And also by leaving comments one letter at a time. Exactly. I can't believe how many Sarada things we have. This is ridiculous. Where does it start? Oh my god. Holy shit. It just keeps going. But where is the top? Yeah. Some of these I know we did, but I don't know if we skipped over anything. Oh, this is funny, actually, real quick. Just in reference to all the Kawaki Eye shenanigans, this is funny. So people saying, "Oh, the Ikimoto this, oh Ikimoto remember blah." But you know what's funny? So I actually said this before all these Twitter people. I said, "How did Amado know about Kawaki's plan to implant a karma on Kona the Kodark anyway? Did he have that ninja tech spying eye way back then too?" This was 2 weeks ago. Everyone's talking about it now. I know we never got to the topic, but like, Mamba, just to rub it in how much I hate you, I said it first. Yeah, like that has nothing to do with the cry argument. I'm just saying the foundation for your thing. I said it first. But anyway, Well, that's what I was gonna say, but that's the other thing that Kawaki's been seeing Abado regularly. He very easily could have discussed it with Abado or mentioned it told Subarai or whatever. Like, very easily, word of mouth could have heard of it too. And you could argue that arguably makes more sense than the Ninja Tech spying eye because now I'm going to rationalize Kawaki in a minute to make it not a problem. But from Kawaki's perspective, if Kawaki hasn't been telling anyone about this and Abado just knows, that's kind of weird. I'd be like, wait, how do you know that? Now, rationalizing, Kawaki's not being rational and logical here. He's being very emotional. He's not thinking about that fact. It's just, I need to save Naruto. He's very in his feelings at the moment. So he's not going to question it. But objectively, that would be weird. Whereas if he's just telling people or tell Boruto who's telling people and he's aware of that, then there would be nothing to question in the first place. Amado would just know. So you can argue it makes more sense if Amado just was told. Well, and that's the other thing I mentioned. Like, to Mamba, I'm like, how do you know he had it back then? Because, for example, he didn't have the shutdown code back then. Amino made it when he redid Karma, quote unquote, because Jigen forbade it. What if Jigen forbade the Ninja Tech guy too? Because Jigen could spy on him anyway, didn't need it. The other thing I said is like, in reference to Jigen crying, with one eye. Oh, yes, Ninja Tech guys. First of all, not a single statement or implication that Jigen has Ninja Tech like everyone else. It's never indicated. He might, but it's never indicated that he does. If he did, he probably wouldn't be such a bad vessel. But two, that black thing that should be Ninja Tech, I don't know if Ikimoto forgot. I don't know if it's a fake backstory, but at the end of the day, it's all we have. Jigen had it before meeting Abado, based off what we were given. So that's not Abado Ninja Tech. 3, Abado used Koji's toad to watch the Jigen versus Koji fight. Not Jigen's eyes. You know that toad that gets destroyed? It's a liability. If it gets destroyed, game over. He could have just used Jigen's eyes if he had them. That's another implication that maybe he doesn't. The other thing is, this whole idea assumes that Kawaki just can't cry with Ninja Tech eyes. Amano faked cried, or he really cried. We don't know if it's fake or not, but he went out of his way to do the cry thing, knowing that he has Ninja Tech eyes. What was he just gonna be like? That whether it's an act or real, it's kind of weird if he just can't cry. I also don't think Delta ever has a scene where she cries because there's no scene for her to cry. But I will go look and see if like chapter 69 maybe or 74 maybe if she has like something like that. But again, I'm just like, the problem is there's just not really a lot of scenes to work with there for Delta and them. But even then, like, Delta's eyes and Kawaki's eyes are not the same. Like, yes, they're both Ninja Abados as well. They're Ninja Tech eyes, but look at Delta's eyes. They are very clearly like robotic looking eyes. They look very not human. Whereas Kawaki's and Abados look like normal eyes. You wouldn't know they were Ninja Tech eyes if they didn't tell you. Whereas Delta, you just look at her and you know. So again, we're just assuming functions that may or may not be there. Okay, this Delta blushing panel is too zoomed out to really say anything. Is yeah, that as well, but giving the Ikimoto benefit of the doubt for not really overly thinking about stuff like that. I'm not going to say that's bad writing if he were to write this plot point that he can't cry a bit. But um It's also just assuming that he just only did it in one eye randomly for some reason, as opposed to both. Like, why not do both? Like, yeah, we saw it in the one. Does I mean maybe it's only in the one, but like, why? What if that one gets destroyed? Oh, guess you can't spy anymore. Probably be good idea to use both eyes, like he did for Delta and like he did for himself. Yeah. The other thing is like, let's look at Jigen. Let's just say he did modify one of Jigen's eyes. So Jigen seem I know it's up in the air whether he has a partial Kokugan or not. It's up for debate because he has blatant triangle shaped, very triangular shaped eye glimmers if they're eye glimmers, but they're very triangular shaped, and they change from one and two, whereas every other eye glimmer is only one or zero. Um, if that is a Kokugan variant, well, he has it in both eyes. So the one that didn't cry, the quote unquote ninja tech guy, still has that Ishiki. So it doesn't. So again, you look at Kawaki. So why would he not do it? Like, yeah, yeah. I so there's just a. It's a lot of everyone's just assume. And the other thing is also immortal. You're welcome to answer this question. Actually, I don't know why Mamba and Rudo are acting like they've never seen a one eye cry in anime before. Like they're just not getting. I like correct me if I'm wrong. I know I've only seen 5 anime, but in like all 5 of them, I've seen that general idea. Have you not?
Probably maybe once or twice, but I feel it feels pretty rare to me to see that. I don't know.
What do you think, Oodie? Yeah, I think you guys are just forgetting all of the times it's happened because it's. I basically wrote it into. If I'm not mistaken, I wrote it in my Mitsuki rewrite where Boruto does it because I knew it was a trope and liked it. I think I wrote it. That's how much of a trope it is. We were also pulling up panels like Itachi. I know the Naruto one, you can't see his whole face in that bit, but at the end of the day, it was only on that one cheek. But I pulled up like 5 off the top of my head. Like, and even if you want to say like, oh, Itachi's face is partially turned, even though you would see, like someone mentioned, you would just see the dripping water either in his eye or falling off his face. But ignoring that, let's just say you couldn't see any of his face there. The fact that they choose to do the one eye thing is fundamentally the same trope, just drawn in a different way. It's the same trope. You see one eye cry. Whether you show the other eye or not, it's the same thing. I posted it like 5 times. Every time he kept asking to send one, I'm like, I kept re-sending that one. And this one you can blatantly just see. He's just not crying out of his right eye. I also just don't think Jigen had, even if you want to say the black thing in his stomach's ninja tech, I don't think Jigen has ninja tech
Wait,
eyes because of all people, Jigen just would be the one to say, no, Amado, you can't touch my eyes. I don't want you spying on me. Jigen, of all people, would be the one to do that. And let's not forget, Jigen doesn't have benefits from this ninja tech eye, hypothetical ninja. He's not Delta. He's not absorbing jutsu with it. He's not shooting out laser beams with it. He doesn't do anything with it. So the only thing you would get is Amino spying on you, which Jigen wouldn't allow. Now, obviously, when it comes to like Kawaki, Amino did it in secret. Kawaki was probably put on sedation to fall asleep before the procedure, where he did everything. Probably just. Now, granted, I don't know how Sumire did notice him, modifying his eyes, but ignoring that, I don't think Jigen would let Amino put him to sleep for any surgery. He would say, "No, I'm staying awake. I'm watching you." Jigen's not just, or he'd have Ko to watch. He's not just gonna let Amado do it, because Jigen doesn't work like that. It's like, you guys know Jigen's personality. He's not just gonna do that. He won't let Kawaki have a shutdown code. You think he's gonna let Amado put security camera ninja tech eyes on him? No. He wants to dispose of every cyborg stronger than him. He doesn't trust Amado. Like, the whole time, he knows he's the traitor, wants to trust him, but he knows he's the traitor and is sussing him out. Wants to trust him, but knows he's the traitor. Jigen's not letting him do that. He doesn't have ninja tech eyes, and he cried out of one eye. And also, because we're on this rant, oh, by the way, in typical fashion, Mamba did not address it. Not a single argument or anything. So I mentioned, okay, so he's like, oh, it's obviously the Kawaki and Jigen dynamic. The dynamic of Kawaki and Jigen both being scientific ninja tech people, right? That dynamic that's really emphasized. So he was going on about that. And I said, among other things, the problem is, as you mentioned, there's Kawaki Jigen dynamics likely going on. So why can't the dynamic be, for example, that they're both empty/incomplete, hence why their tears are incomplete/only on one side, just as an example. That would be narratively and thematically more impactful and relevant than Kawaki is a ninja tech guy, so we literally can't cry out of it. By adding that extra element of the ninja tech, you're actually taking away from the narrative meaning of him being incomplete, because in this case, he just literally can't cry. No matter how complete he becomes, he will never be able to cry. No matter what his character arc does, he will never be able to cry to both sides. So I asked Mamba, why is your interpretation more likely than the one I just came up with, especially considering that the one I came up with would be more impactful, and it doesn't get weird because of the fact that Jigen doesn't have those eyes and people like Delta and Amado do, which would make Kawaki less unique in that regard. No response to that. But that's another thing at the end, though. Delta and Amado had this. The fact that they had this would just take away from the uniqueness of Kawaki and Jigen, because other people have it. You know what other people don't have? This hypothetical emptiness narrative. There would be something that's specific to Kawaki, and then you could just make a parallel with Jigen here in that regard. But no, God forbid Ikimoto actually might, or Kodachi actually, might have come up with an actually symbolically relevant, thematically relevant thing. God forbid that. No, Ikimoto remembered the ninja tech eyes, one eye cry, and that's the peak. This is why I hate you, Mama, because you're we don't understand storytelling. You didn't come up with that bullshit thematic thing I just came up with. But it actually is more meaningful than your nonsense. You're not doing that analysis. You're copying some Twitter guy's post and saying it's fact. You don't even know. But please, Immortal, tell us your thoughts. Immortal, thoughts?
I really got no thoughts. Well,
Not a single one? You have zero thoughts in the whole wide world? What are you, Momoshiki, blanking out your mind? Did you do the SpongeBob clear your mind trick?
maybe. Huh?
So Space said, wait, Mamba really believes you guys don't understand storytelling? Space, how is that a question? You know, you know he believes that. Yeah. Also, like 5 days late, but Archduke Branch. No, my Boruto rewrite is not out yet. All right. Well, since Immortal has absolutely zero thoughts on anything, Oodie, thoughts? Well, the other thing is also back in the day, they were going up really emphasizing Abado and Delta's Ninja Tech eyes, not Kawaki's. It's the dynamic. It's also ignoring this Ninja Tech thing is just ignoring Karama's dialogue. Like you just mentioned the leaking. What does Karama say? It looks like you haven't dried up just yet. What does that mean? It means Kawaki has water inside the vase, and it leaked out. And what's also add, there is only there's not two holes in Kawaki's heart. There's one. There is only one missing piece of the vase, not two. Technically, it makes more sense to cry out of one eye based on that symbolic narrative, which has nothing to do with the Ninja guy. All that, and if you add in again, technically you could still do that even with the Ninja Tech eye. But if you add the Ninja Tech eye, in my opinion, I won't say it completely takes away, but you're taking away 80% of the meaning by that. Because again, if you remove the narrative, it would be the same. It's because of the Ninja Tech guy now. That's the reason. It's the in-universe reason. It's nothing more than that. Whereas if there is no in-universe reason at all, it's entirely narrative reasoning. And that's good. No matter how unnecessary it is. We leave no stones unturned, or to be more thematically Naruto relevant, we leave no tatami mats unturned. All seven of them are flipped up, just like Mizuki in the filler arc. That was a perfect segue for something we're not going to talk about. But please, Immortal, go on and tell us why this chapter ruined Sarada's character.
In what way?
Well, we were hoping you would tell us. No, makes sense. We know that's not But we know that's not the case because he was Sasabamano, weary of him, watching him, doesn't let cyborgs be stronger than him, so on. Yeah. And then like you said, like he's just not gonna do it if he's not gonna use it. Or would he just gets a tear in both eyes at some scene? I'm assuming that's the only scene Kawaki cries in. I'm assuming he doesn't cry in chapter 79, right? Yeah, I don't think he did. Well, well, that's the other. Well, that's one of the other intro things to the whole thing. I was like, well, first of all, let's just say this is a case of Ikimoto remembering something. Nobody accused him of forgetting the Kawaki cries. Just because he remembers one thing doesn't erase everything else he did forget. Like, he still forgot Iki's character or just ignored it and so on, among all the other things we mentioned, the rocket boots and so on. Like, it doesn't just erase it just because he remembers one thing. And again, it's not anything we've accused him of forgetting. And it's hilarious, though, of all things, he's grasping at straws for this to be his proof that Ikimoto doesn't forget. This? This thing that you don't even know? Why would you pick, like, something like, I don't know, like, if this is simple, but like Shikanai still using shadow possession or something? Even that he gets wrong, but ignoring that, like why would you pick something that just is obviously the case? Not a mystery. Like, I don't know, Inoji using the Super B scroll. Just no dispute. You remember? I was gonna say what, like Sakura's existence when you brought her back. But even then, or I got the earliest one, just the Momoshiki arc. He remembered what the movie was. Didn't forget. Yeah, Immortal, I'm sure at this point you finally figured out in your mind how this chapter ruined Sarada. Surely
Nope, still
you have
don't.
lots of ideas. I can't see if you could read it. Um, what does it say? Was it about the Rinnegan or something? Hmm. Okay, yeah, go look at the comments. I just oh, I think one of them says like Ikimoto noticed something, or I'm guessing, I don't know. Oh no, I agree. Like, I mean, the post premise was already weird. It was about Ikimoto remembering or noticing something. Was like the thing I was commenting. But it's something a comment said. I think it said Ikimoto noticed something. What? Somebody delete it, or is it just Twitter being weird? All right, give me a minute to go back downstairs. Yeah, I hate Twitter, bro. Like, why is it the worst app? Like, can all these people just post all this stuff on, like, I don't know, Instagram or something different? Like, just a different thing that isn't. Well, you know what's actually funny about that? So I know in the anime arc we don't see like Indra go blind, but like manga canon, uh, you don't know that he never went blind. He could have just fought Ashura as his first Mangekyo battle and then went blind after losing. You don't know. Yeah, like Itachi used his Mangekyo quite a bit before going blind. Same with Kakashi. Sasuke abused the shit out of it as soon as he got it with the beef fight and then the five Kage summit. That's why he went blind. He nonstop was just using it constantly, especially with the Susanoo. Just used it from the five Kage summit to the end of the Danzo fight to the end of the Kakashi fight constantly. That's why he was going blind. Now I understand it's just using a perfect Susanoo, but if that perfect Susanoo portion of the fight just isn't three, four, five, six fights long, well, then he just might not go blind yet. Oh yeah, literally somebody commented this. How do you know Indra never went blind? You don't. Okay, I found the thing. Great point made. I hope the author has noticed this too. Just how would he not notice that Sarada is the daughter of someone with a Rinnegan, and that Indra is the son of someone with a Rinnegan? Like, how would he not notice? It's also funny, by the way, though. In other words, it's a pure Sharingan, undiluted. You do realize it's just by default diluted because Sakura's the mom, and Sasuke has one Sharingan, one Rinnegan, not two Rinnegan. So like, how do you know that in like one of Sarada's eyes is like an Indra eye, the other one is just like a normal Uchiha eye, like or they're both like three quarters of the way, like You don't know. And also, like again, Ashura didn't even get the Sharingan. How are you so certain that Sarada's is as pure as Indra's? You don't know. It could be. I'm not saying it isn't, but you don't know. I do. The moment you said Sakura, I knew exactly what you're gonna say. She's canonically an Uchiha. But Oodie, that would only mean that Sarada is a pure Uchiha, not that her Sharingan's pure. Because Sakura doesn't have a Sharingan. Of what in particular? Well, I was hoping you would say, well, the more pure of an Uchiha you are, the more your Sharingan is Sharingan. And I was going to counter that with, well, Sakura is canonically pure Uchiha. It doesn't have Sharingan. But yes, we can move on from this whole topic because the only thing I was going to comment on was Ikimoto noticing. Yeah, immortal. How has the chapter ruined it?
Oh,
No, we can go to start. Well, this immortal has a particular topic he's dying to talk about.
mm. I'm thinking right now.
Oh, tell us your thoughts. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking right now. I'll let you guys know a little bit
Okay.
when I figure more out.
Well, maybe he's just trying to come up with a placenta of thoughts. You need to reshare your screen, by the way, to adjust it. Stop the point. It was the point. No, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, continue.
How's it a retcon? Oh,
Um, so so you okay. I don't know if I fully agree with one part of what he said, but assuming what Oodie said is just absolutely 100% true, we're gonna go with that for a second. In that case, the reason it would be a retcon is because the original story, Naruto Gaiden and early Boruto, really, even in chapter 39 of Boruto when Sarada's talking to Kawaki, Sarada has one reason for becoming Hokage. She felt detached from her family. Naruto made her feel like family. She looked up to him. It was like, hey, I like that. I want to do the same for other people. And then later in TBV, they would be saying, no, actually, the reason she wants to do everything in life is because Boruto, including Hokage. So it would be removing the original reason and replacing it with a new reason because it's saying in the past it was about Boruto too. That's what Udie's saying. That's why it'd be a retcon.
okay.
That said, can you point to me what in the chapter makes you think? Now, there are other. I should rephrase. There are other reasons. Well, I guess I'm going to answer my own question. There are other reasons to think they're retconning it, but what specifically were you referring to when you said it was always about Boruto? Is it the fact that they never mention any of the Naruto aspects of her becoming Hokage? Is it what in particular were you referring to there? I just want to know what you were referring to. Okay. Yeah, look at the Viz one. Because it doesn't look like she wanted to become Hokage because of Boruto in this chapter anyway. Um, there are other things I definitely don't like, but that one I wouldn't necessarily say was retcon though, because I don't think they did that. But um, can I? Let me see if I still. I might still have the tab up on my phone. Let me just. I hope I do now. Yes. Okay. Perfect. All right. Let's see this will load. Okay. Perfect. Let me go find the conversation. Wait. Is this? It still says. It says it's translations by Salads and Bolts. Okay. No. No. It's still the same translation. Okay. So, which thing am I looking for again? Oh yeah. On top of that, all right. So was I just worried about him as a friend, or was that not all there was to it? On top of that, I felt like coming to that conclusion was really something not something I should be focused on. The conclusion being the answer to that question. After all, with that way of thinking, would it really be okay to become Hokage? Yeah. Would it be okay to become Hokage if I try to figure out if I like this guy or not? Like, would it be okay? I mean, even then, it just says spending energy obsessing over such things made me a complete loser. Not even feel like, just made me a complete loser, which made me wonder whether I had any right to still try to become Okage. So I think, real quick as a segue, real quick, because this shouldn't take long. Um, where did I write the? What does Sarada think about the previous Okage thing? Okay, yeah. Oh, it has. Okay, never mind. We can come back to it because it had to do with Well, actually, no. It is related. It is related because somebody. Okay, it says let's go with this person's analysis. Um. uh, no, no, not versus. Just let's go with. Um.
Get down.
Okay, just search Hokage and scroll down. It was this person's, not versus. Wait, just scroll down a bit. There's a Twitter post. I already forgot, so just keep going. Because we have so many times. Okay, there. Okay, it's the bottom of the link. Okay. So imagine this person was arguing with you instead. So click on the link. Let's just pretend they were arguing with you and not whoever they were arguing with. That's still very much the case. She's inspired by Naruto. She said so in chapter 1 of TBV. What her feelings for Boruto have to do with this is that she felt she had no right to be Hokage while being in love. She now realizes that's not the case and gets strength. Okay, somebody below was basically you. This says, I still don't understand why Ikimoto somehow tied her Hokage goal to Boruto when originally the whole reason was because she was inspired by Naruto through her family issues. Literally what you were saying. So now let's scroll up, take a look at their thing. She had no right to be Hokage while being in love. So let's go with this person's analysis that's responding to your complaint. And look at what I wrote in the Discord. So scroll up. Scroll up slightly. Okay. What does that analysis say about Sarada's opinion of every Hokage who was married? So the first Hokage, maybe the second Hokage, the third Hokage, the fourth Hokage, and the seventh Hokage, Naruto himself. So you know her role model Hokage, Naruto, has no rights to be Hokage because he's in love with Hinata. And imagine if Sarada heard about Naruto's love for Sakura the whole time he wants to become Hokage. Imagine if she heard that Obito wanted to become Hokage because he loved Rin and wanted to change the world. Oh god, she'd be like, you don't deserve it, guys. She'd be worse than the freaking villagers in episode 1 talking about Naruto. She'd be worse than Neji with the Destiny thing. She's like, no, it's not gonna be you're destined to not be Hokage. It'd be you can't be Hokage because you're in love, Naruto. Is Sarda just a bully? So that's the ridiculous thing, though. Like, obviously, I would disagree with what he's saying in the first place. It's not that she can't be a Hokage while being in love. It's that her obsessing over the answer to the question, blah blah blah. I still think it's ridiculous, but like, it's just ridiculous. It's like, does she think that no Hokage ever questioned whether or not they might like someone? Like, does she just think that from day one at birth, Hiruzen just knew he loved Biwako? Like, does he just think that Hashirama just walked into the Uzumaki clan, was like, oh, Mito, come with me? Like, he just knew instantly. Like, God, and again, I can understand if it never came up, but like, all it takes is a one reminiscing conversation of Sakura telling Sarada or Sakura and Sasuke talking to each other about when Naruto used to have a crush on her. All it takes is one. And if Sarada knows that, then this whole thing is ridiculous. because she would know that her role model Hokage has been through that. And you know what? You know how she would know that if she talked to her mom for once. I've noticed something. All of Sarada's problems are because she won't talk to her mom. Like, I mean, I understand Shikamaru was getting annoyed with her, but she was allowed to barge into the Hokage office. You really think she can't walk into the hospital? Say hi, mom. Sakura doesn't even live there. And that's the thing, though. Like, again, even more so now than even in part one. Who's in the hospital? The tree people aren't. There's no other people. Who is she dealing with? It's a time of peace. And there's no invaders. Who is she healing? Constantly, 24/7. Can't even go home to sleep, apparently. Oh, yeah. Constantly getting defeated. And Mamba, if you were a true Boruto fan, you would know who Teamy is. No, I bet you don't know whether Nishi was late reporting or not. Yeah, who was late? Okay, I'm writing it down. Who was late reporting to Shikamaru for a minute? They're gonna say, "Oh, Team Konohamaru. It's Team E." All right, but anyway, back to your thing. No, it's yeah. You could move it to use topics, or I'll do it. Hold on. Rudo is, or sorry, Space is trying to get Rudo to join. I'm not sure if that'll. He said he can only during the day, sadly. Wish you could. I don't believe that. Mia hater. Yeah. Yeah, right. You joined the stream yard at night before. You didn't talk, but I mean, it's just I bet that's how Ikimoto feels every chapter. Yeah, I wish I could write it better, but I just can't. We're so instigating of us. Real quick, Immortal is not listening. I guess he did not like the Sarada point. I would say search Sarada. It's like, no. God, there's so many. Okay, what's below this? Well, what I think's gonna happen is they're both gonna hug Boruto at the same time. Just the inverse of that last thing you mentioned. She's like, no, 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 you're hugging both of us. I wouldn't want to hurt your feelings. I am very curious with that though, because again, they were holding hands, skipping down the hall about how they both like Boruto. So like they weren't doing it in the rivalry way as Sakura and Ino. So I don't think they're gonna that scene doesn't make me think they're gonna compete for Boruto. Now they might in a very healthy way, but it feels like rather than competing, they're just gonna share him. No, that's not what they say. It says they're not gonna hold back, blah blah blah. So I think it's supposed to be the rivalry, but that final scene of them skipping and holding hands makes me feel like they're gonna share him, which is ridiculous. Dude, yeah, what if everyone's right? It's gonna be with Ada, Sarada, and Subaru. God. Yeah, I would say yes because one, whether Ada influenced her or not, she just probably would be, given whether Ikimoto remembered or not. Given the chapter 18 conversation, she literally told Sarada, yeah, it bothers me when other people talk to Boruto like that. So just assuming she hasn't changed, she would be jealous. And then her last shout at Sarada would be consistent with that, whether Ada influenced or not. It's probably her true feelings at the end of the day. So yeah, it's yeah, basically. It's just like she wants Boruto. So obviously she's not crazy jealous. She's not like a psycho about it, but it's like she's got a little bit of jealousy there and she recognizes it. That's the thing that's not in the same way. Like, because the difference with Hinata is she is such a pure sweetheart. She would have just been happy for Naruto. At the like, even though she liked him, she would have just been happy for him. Whereas with Sumere's character, it's not to say she'd be like unhappy for Boruto, but she would be more like, ah, I wanted him. I'm upset about that kind of thing. Which is not like unreasonable or anything. It's not saying that Sumeru's a bad person, but like and that's kind of like the thing though, like when it comes to Sarda, especially now, I don't think Sarda can, assuming Sarda has a boyfriend and Boruto doesn't die, Sarda can't end up with anyone else. She's not ending up with Kawaki. She's not ending up with Mitsuki. There's no one else. It's either Sarda or Boruto dies and she just marries some random person like Karui and Choji at the end of the series. Like like Mikasa and Jean or whoever it was she had babies with. You know, like I'd be like that. Sarada can only end up with Boruto. Sumire is more disposable. She could just die. She could end up with Boruto, or she could maybe end up with Kawaki, because whereas they haven't implied that she likes Kawaki at all, there's at least some stuff there to where it could work. So she could switch. That could technically work. But the thing with Sumire is, I feel like you can't just, like, you could just kill her off. But if you just kill, like, Amino just kills her in 10 chapters, well then, what's the point of the Sarada Sumire rivalry in this regard? It's not going to come to fruition at all because she's just dying. Sarada's not beating Sumire there. It's just she didn't die and Sumire did. But at the same time, it's just like, if Boruto just chooses Sarada, it's the obvious choice. Of course he chooses Sarada. And it's just like, okay, so now what? Sumire is just gonna move on to Kawaki just because she lost? No, I think the only thing that you can do that's actually satisfying would be Sumire just changes her target. It's Kawaki. I guess she's got to compete with Ada now, but that's a separate topic for another day. But then if you do that, again, the rivalry is just, I mean, they technically did it with Ino and Sai, but that's just the point. Nobody thinks they did anything with the Sakura Ino rivalry after the Chunin exams, even though it technically exists, and they don't do anything with it. It'd be the same thing. It's just like weird. So I don't know how they're gonna do this in a way that's completely satisfying. I'm not saying they can't, but it feels like it's gonna be weird no matter what. And I definitely don't think they should do the share. They should not do the poly thing. I do not support that. No offense to anyone who's in a polygamous relationship. I just personally wouldn't do it. It would be both. I personally don't like it. But I also think writing life that's just so weird for this story with everything they've done. So I'm sure this story is out there that from the get-go, it's just like, yeah, that makes sense for this universe based on what we're seeing. It doesn't fit the Naruto universe at all. Not only are there just no polygamous relationships, period, there's no hinting that this would be it just would be out of nowhere. It'd be this random thing you're like, okay, but like, why? What? I mean, I'm not saying they can't do a narrative thing about it, but it's just like, it doesn't feel like that's the narrative thing to do. It's not that they couldn't do it, but it just feels out of place in this story. It's not to say that they couldn't do it. It just feels out of place. And at that point, I'd be like, all right, well, why not add Ada to the mix? Why not add Chocho to the mix and so on? But it would be a thing to where after, so hypothetically, Jiraiya comes back from the Rain Village. He just does survive. And Tsunade gets with Jiraiya, and then Orochimaru just Rene rebirths Dawn. That's the type of situation. Yeah. It would be like, they are both alive. And she has to accept Jiraiya first, though, because otherwise she'll just get with Dawn. So she has to commit to Jiraiya before Dawn shows up. And then at that point, but even that, she might just say, Dawn, honestly, I moved on. Not like I don't love you, but it's like, I did just accept Jiraiya. I have to stick with him. She might be like that. Or she might just say, yeah, screw it, do both. And Jiraiya's going to be like, well, I'm not going to say no. I already got my, Jiraiya's just going to stick with it. So. No, no, this is a rewrite hypothetical to where Jiraiya comes back and she does do it. Yeah. But Jiraiya never came back. Yeah. That's my hypothetical here. She does that, and then Orochimaru Rene rebirths Dawn. I know, like, yeah, what how long does she need to be with Jiraiya before she just says, "Oh, never mind." Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I don't know how long they have to be, but the hypotheticals were she's been with him for a long enough. Yeah, I don't know what other ones would apply. I guess the only other similar one would be Sakura just does accept Naruto's feelings. And then Sasuke becomes a good guy. She does both. That's because he just rejects both of them. Yeah. I mean, I low key feel that the problem is, but who's Forto actually gonna get with? I mean, they could just develop things with Ada. Ada's it's easy to see how she could switch to Boruto, like actually. But like for Boruto, he's just shown zero interest in Ada. Like I agree, but at least Sarda has like the friendship bond that you could like he wants to be her Shadow Hokage, that chapter 10 scene. Like, there's at least those things. He protected Sarda from Kawaki. There's at least that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, say, hey, just don't die. There's at least those things. So it's like it's the obvious choice for Boruto. If it's not, no one. Oh, flats. Yeah. I mean, the other thing I could reasonably see with Boruto is not a like, I know I don't like you guys. I want to get with Ada, but more like a. I think I wrote a okay, an unrelated post about the self-sacrifice thing. Yeah, it was about the Boruto Momoshiki thing. We'll come back to it. But if Boruto does like a self-sacrifice type of ending to where he's gonna die, so he doesn't get with either of them, essentially. So he just does die, and then Sarada and Sumire never, huh? But at least they would both have them die together. I agree. In this regard, that would be the better one, but one that might be more realistic is him dying. Unironically, it might be more realistic that he dies than he just gets with another girl. Yeah, that's true. Okay, good point. You got me there. I have a really funny one, and I think you're gonna love it. Oodie, I want you to tell me. Let's see if you can guess it. Who is the best girl they could have Boruto choose over Sarada and Sumire? Yeah, not Ada, not Delta. Yep, there you go. That's the funniest one they could do. He picks Chocho. And Chocho would so do it. I'm sure she thinks Boruto's hot. So exactly. Like, just imagine Sarah and Saray. Like, at first they'd be like, really? Chocho? But at the same time, because it's Chocho, and especially Sarda's case, they will just accept it. Be like, you know what? I like Chocho. I support it. Like they're just gotta get over it because it's both the most ridiculous and the one they would just be the most okay with. They wouldn't feel defeated like, ah, Ada's too pretty. No, they're just gonna be like, you know what? Good for Chojo. So like that's unironically the and it's also a meme ending, basically. Yeah. Yeah. They can make it fun. I mean, unironically, and that might be the the best ship. Like, I know Sarada and Boruto has like a lot of meaning and blah blah blah, but like unironically, because of what they're doing with the samurai thing, I might just like Boruto and JoJo the best. As silly as it is. Exactly. Yeah. I do think Chocho and Kawaki would also be really funny. But um first I'd be very surprised when Kawaki's in. But Lo- Loki, Naruto JoJo might slap. I can see it, yeah. Yeah, kind of like if Hinata actually died in the pain arc. Yeah, and I could see him doing it, but like two things. One is, let's say Sumire does die to protect Boruto like that. What's that context gonna look like? Because Sumire has no place in the Jura fight. All Sumire Death Flag related things are realistically the what does everyone want? If Sumaire's gonna die, how does everyone want it to happen? It's obviously Amado, the only character she really interacts with besides Sarada, who's not gonna kill Sumire. Or it's the one that she's always sussing out. The alternative would be Damon kills Sumire because he confirms that she's immune to Ada. And that can work. But then I'd be asking, why isn't Sarada dead? Amado's not going to kill Sarada because she's not sussing him out. Sumire is. Damon one does work. And I actually do kind of like that one. It's just, so what about Sarada? Unless Damon just doesn't figure out that Sarada's immune too, but that's ridiculous. He already suspects them, both of them together. Exactly. He's not looking at Sumire, especially Sumire, as the threat to Ada. She's just a civilian level as Ada, if not less, like weaker. Like just Ada on her own. I don't care. She does a simple taijutsu. She just can beat her. Can beat Sumire. And Kawaki's hostile. Like Kawaki is the type of guy who would kill Ada. Yeah, that too. So whereas yes, they did set that seed, it's like Amino's clearly the best one. You get another so you're just stupid conversation, and he just does kill her. It'd be cool. Obviously, Amino needs to be officially a villain at that point, but like that's a cool way to reveal that he's gonna be a villain. And but then whereas I like all that, that she's not dying for Boruto. Now you could say, oh, she's trying to figure out Amino's true motives for Boruto. Yeah, you could say that. But she's been trying to do that anyway for Kawaki's sake, for her own. Like literally, remember chapter 59 and 60. So you're just stupid conversation. That had nothing to do with Boruto. Sumire was asking because she was concerned about Kawaki. Realistically, the Amino stuff is gonna be about Kawaki. So she wouldn't be dying for Boruto. Just realistically in that case. Maybe she'd just be dying. Perfect. I'll start cooking my next meal.
But a lot of people don't really have that, and then also just a lot of people these days don't really seem to care, so it doesn't really help in their motivation.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of people
Not even, like-
nowadays don't care, but it's a good thing that Cam agreed with me that the hard path is usually the better path. Because like you know, something for example, like letting someone just
So wait a
walk
minute,
off
then
a
why
cliff.
are you a moderate supporter?
No, like someone walking off a cliff, like that'd be the easy thing to do, just to like sit back and let that happen. But to step in, to do the right thing, that's the hard thing to do. But because it's the right
Oodie,
thing to
You're digging
do,
yourself a hole here because Madara and Obito are supporting the easy path, not the hard path. Whereas Naruto's going against it, he's saying the hard path is
Anyway,
they're
better.
supporting
Ignore
the
the white man
right path,
talking.
not the. Actually, that's completely
Amen.
wrong because it'd be the easy path just to not do anything compared to the hard path,
Dude,
which is
it's
to
not
go
about
against
not
all
doing
over the
anything.
world.
It's not about not doing anything. It's the fact that the infinite Tsukuyomi is the easy path, whereas actually solving the problem is the hard path.
There is no solving the problem
There's
I think that's
mitigating
Prove
it,
it.
giving
though.
up, bro.
in reality. To solve the problem in reality would be to change reality. It wouldn't be reality anymore.
What is the problem?
You tell me. You're the one
The
that brought
problem
up
is
the
that they're
problem.
fighting. Just freaking understand each other and stop fighting. Problem solved.
Okay, for people to not do that, they wouldn't be human anymore.
Not
Oh,
necessarily.
but
You missed the point
anyways,
about the. This is something I want to save this for a future discussion, but you missed the point on the conflict thing that Madara
yeah,
says.
save
What
it
did
for
I
a
say?
future
What
Because
did I miss?
conflict doesn't have to be killing each other.
I agree.
It just has to be conflict, a challenge, something you overcome. Winning, having a track race is a form of conflict. Winning it is overcoming that conflict. Trying to bench press 300 pounds when you haven't done it before is a conflict. You have a weight pushing against you that you're trying to push against, and you try to overcome the conflict. It's a challenge. That's all that is.
You
It
say
doesn't
it.
have to be killing each other.
You say it like Madara didn't try though. He did try to build up the Leaf Village. He tried to live within the Leaf Village. It just didn't work out. He did try Hashirama's way, and even at the very end, he
No,
didn't.
he did.
Indeed, it is in fact okay. That too. Kind of forgot about that aspect of things. What is that next topic? Oh way. I just can't believe that. Oh shoot. Correct. I can't see what it says. Well, one, I don't even know if that's true. But two, just assuming it is true, again, chapter 39, when Sarada talks to Kawaki, it's very clear what her motivation is for becoming Hokage. Very clear. That's the Naruto guidance storyline. And then again, though, it's like she explains her reason to Kawaki essentially. So there you go. That's the reason. I love that point. It's just like, yeah, what does she think about JoJo? Unworthy of becoming Hokage. I'm never gonna let that go. Dude, Udi, real quick, you were wrong. So Sarada talks to Boruto at the end of Naruto Gaiden. But by doing so, I was able to figure out my goal in life. So I'm the one who should thank you. It's because of the lunchbox things, what she referring to. Since constantly delivering box. So she says, since constantly delivering box lunches to everyone in the village isn't practical, I've decided I'm gonna become Hokage instead. It's clearly Naruto guy. She figured out it's yeah, it was it's the box lunch. But then if that's the case, if that's the case, don't you think she's unworthy of becoming Hokage? Because she likes the guy who gave her the box lunch. If anything, that would just amplify it. She can deliver box lunches for Boruto now. So ridiculous. Oh my god. speaking of that, I can look again. Oh yeah. So like, does Sakura know Sasuke is a treat and became Hidari or anything yet? Has anyone told her? Does she just not care at all? Shikamaru never told Tamari, so maybe he didn't tell Sakura. But they at least gave us a scene of Shikamaru not telling Tamari. They didn't do that for Sakura. Yeah, but it's so much more fun. I think it's more entertaining. Exactly. I like it. I like listening to you do it and vice versa, I'm sure. You're just waiting for the cap smart. That's funny. I can't say I don't do the same, so and we will. It might already be in that long list of questions we wrote down, but just in case. You should add ask. I'll reply. Ask Ikimoto. Oh, it was about whether the kiss thing was official or not. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we've definitely said that already this stream. You can delete that, yeah. Yeah. I we've written a lot. I walked away. Let me back down. Which is fine because I was just checking on something. I didn't actually need to stay up there. You just have to wait like another 1, 2, 3, 4, not even 5. Okay, let me look at your screen. Oh, I thought it was giving you my reply. We're not even there yet. Well, Oodie, her hesitation to be Hokage because of her feelings for Boruto, or her thinking her feelings for Boruto are holding her back from being Hokage, actively goes against what her character has always consistently stood for, so much that it's the exact opposite conclusion she should have come to. It literally shits on what being Hokage represents on being what Hokage represents to the entire Naruto story. Yeah, if you just reverse the Haku scene and when Naruto's doubting himself, just reverse the order of those. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, sounds like Sarada's gonna do that. And I said, if anything, her feelings for Boruto would promote family bonds. But seriously, whether Boruto is like a brother or a husband, he's still family regardless. Those feelings should only amplify her reason for becoming Hokage, not make her hesitate. And it's like, hypothetically, if Sarada, okay, hypothetical rewrite, I'm not saying this would be better, but if they want to do a Sarada feels unworthy becoming Hokage thing, if they put as kind of like the Sakura end of the story situation of who do I heal first, Naruto or Sasuke, if Sarada was put in a position to where she could either help slash save Boruto or she could do something else. I don't know, save Konohama or whatever it is. And she either hesitated or maybe let's just say she was going to save Boruto. Like she made the choice to save Boruto, but then let's just say Kawaki showed up and it bailed her out so that Konohama didn't have to die. It sort of looked back and said, I chose Boruto over my other comrades. I'm not worthy of becoming Hokage. It's that general idea. I would be okay with that because it's essentially saying, you're right, Sarada. What you did there was wrong. Naruto would have saved both. You chose one. It's the incorrect answer to the episode 3 Hunter x Hunter pre-exam thing with the old lady. She chose one of the answers, where the answer was to not choose. So if they did that, I would say, you're right. That's fine for you to feel that way, Sarah, because you're right about that. But obviously they didn't do that. It's just, do I like Boruto? Like, so it's not like she's been prioritizing Boruto over everyone else. She's saving Mitsuki. She's saving the whole village. She's doing everything right. You know, like, when Boruto came to the village in the code invasion, she didn't ditch the claw grind to save Boruto. No, she freaking fought alongside Soagi. You know, it's like, this is stupid. And now because they're doing this, I would just rewrite it to where you just double down. Have her choose Boruto over other things she could have done in different scenes. Just have her do that. And then her hesitancy makes sense. Or don't have her, or just delete this chapter. But whichever you prefer. Like, save a little kid or something. Yeah. Well, I think, like, for example, though, when Sakura saves the little girl from the centipede of the pain arc, something like that, to where it's like, because that is the king she's supposed to protect, the next generation. Have it be an academy student or something. That's what she's supposed to be protecting as Hokage. So if she's choosing her personal people over that, that's not what Naruto was doing when it came to Boruto. When he said, Boruto, the whole village is my family, I'm protecting all of you equally. Sarada in this case just wouldn't be doing that. And I would just say that's reasonable enough for her character, because even though she has this goal, I think it's reasonable for Sarada to falter and do something selfish. And then to look back and say, I made a mistake. Should I be Hokage because I did that kind of thing? I think that would work. Very good, especially in light of what they technically did. That's so much better than what they did. And I know Mama's gonna be like, why would you want that? That's what they're implying with the Yodo thing anyway. It's just reserving her power for Boruto. So there you go. They're just doing it again here. Yeah, like I actually like this idea. I'm not gonna lie. Now, obviously, execution matters. You do need to present a reasonable situation. So this is, I'm gonna pull a view here. I haven't come up with that part because we came up with this whole topic on the fly. I don't have a finalized rewrite of this, but I do like that premise a lot, especially in light of what they did. Now you could drop that. You could argue whether it'd be better to do this, or it would be better to just delete what they did in chapter 25 and just keep everything else the same. I don't know which I would say is necessarily better, because technically deleting, well, you're not doing anything with Sarada's character in that case, so just not doing anything. So I might argue it's technically better to just do this thing that I propose because it's doing something, but you could also argue it's something that shouldn't be done in the first place. So, you know, that's kind of up in the air. I don't know. But I liked the idea at least. Yeah. At the end, like at the very end, after the arms get blown off, she would choose Naruto that time, kind of thing. Yeah. 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 I'll also add, people are making the comparison to Naruto. Oh, I can't even save a friend. How can I become a Hokage thing? This rewrite of Sarada here, the premise of it at least, is just more comparable because Naruto is saying this. Why? Because he failed to save a friend. And he's saying, if I can't not fail in this regard, or if I can't succeed in this regard, how can I succeed in my grander goal? You can't say that about the current Sarada, because Sarada didn't fail anything. Oh, I failed to finish the question. No, that doesn't make sense. Like, it just, she didn't fail at anything. Whereas in this case, it'd be, I failed to make the right decision that a Hokage would make. How can I become Hokage if I can't even... How can I become Hokage if I can't even choose the civilians over Boruto or whatever? It's like, it's a more comparable thing because it's both in response to a failure narratively versus, I just couldn't decide if I liked him or not. It's not a failure. But and again, though, like, let's just say it's all omnipotence. So that confirms is she didn't have this for any of Part 1 until Chapter 79. And let's just say it is omnipotence, ignoring the timeline. So these aren't her actual feelings and hesitancies. They're omnipotence. Mitsuki stopped himself. What's she worried about? Yeah. Well, that's just work with their feelings of powerlessness, which are fine. We're not complaining about that. But it's not because she wasn't sure how she felt about Boruto in that scene. And again, like, the insecurities, like, yeah, her feelings of powerlessness. I'm not going to say that wasn't one of her insecurities, but it's not the one they're emphasizing. It's the one that they're just adding at the end of the grocery list. They're like, yeah, we'll throw it in as the extra, so it's there, but it's not the point of that conversation. The point was her feelings for Boruto. So you know, again, the powerlessness, it's there. It references chapter 69. Ikimoto didn't forget that conversation. Shout out to him. He remembered something. But, like, it's not the point. In chapter 69, that was the point. In this case, it's not the point. The point is their feelings for Boruto. So, omnipotence Ada thinks could bring out those insecurities because Ada either thinks Ada might think Sarada likes Boruto and is trying to like get her to say it. Similarly, it might be like Ada thinks Sumare's upset and wants her to just say it. It could be a thing to where Ada's like, I want y'all to speak your mind for once. And that omnipotence is making that happen. I could see that sort of thing. But like, I don't care. That doesn't have anything to do with this Kage bullshit. It still sucks. Because Ada's definitely not thinking, yeah, Sarada's unworthy of becoming Hokage. That's not what Ada's thinking. So that part would just be Sarada's. Yeah, that's exactly what it's gonna get to. I completely agree that it works in the irony regard to where it's like, despite unlocking the world's power, blah blah blah, you know, the mentalist interpretation of her strength, she still feels powerless. That does work, but then it's like, so, Yodo, like, Yodo's what made her not feel powerless, and the dialogue isn't presented as though she felt, you know, coming back to that dialogue anyway, it's just weird. So Sarada knew she didn't feel powerless in that moment. She did in chapter 80, I'm sure, but like in other scenes. But Sarada wasn't presented as feeling powerless in the Hidari invasion or the first half of the Ryu fight. She's just fighting. She's not portrayed as feeling powerless at all. She just says that, right? You didn't feel powerless. You knew you were more powerful, and you just weren't using it. Like, I'm sorry. I hate Sarada TVV. I've been saying it from day one. Different reasons. The original reason is she came across as a B word to me, but like, I just hate her character now. I actually think Stardust my least. I think I said this before. I think Stardust just is my least favorite TVB character. Hate what they've done to her through and through. The only thing I like is that one line of her being like, "My role model's Lord Seventh, not you." That was cool. That's the only thing I like. I know. I already hate that as a premise. Yeah, it's just or like Sasuke's like, I'm going to the Sound Village, and then Naruto's like, don't. He's like, you know what, Naruto, you're right. Let's go home. You've got a point. You son of a bitch. I'm in. He just goes home. Like well, the other, addressing the elephant in the room. So, what would Sarda feel powerless against in Chapter 80? Omnipotence. The fact that everyone thinks this lie is true, and she seemingly there's nothing she can do about it. Ignoring the fact that it worked on Sasuke, there's nothing she can do about it. Um, so, ignoring that for a moment entirely, that has nothing to do with reading. Like the thing she felt powerless against there wasn't battle related. So fuck Yodo. There's just so many things, bro. I hate the Yodo thing. I know I can't decide what's worse, the Yodo thing or this chapter. Like they're all so bad. Well, she beats Sasuke, so it really be Kawaki, I guess, who beats her. But if that's the case, I wanted to fight Mitsuki. But that's the point, though. If it doesn't matter how strong she is physically, so strength has nothing to do with it. Can't see, so you'll have to read it. Oh, I did read that. I did read that. Yep. So that part I do disagree with, but I understand why you feel that way. I don't think it ruins the Naruto series because there's nothing Boruto can do that's going to make me do that, feel that way. But I still don't feel like it. To me, it's just whatever. It doesn't ruin Naruto for me. Okay, so this is going to be a mean response. It at least certainly helps that we're 2 series removed from Naruto now. Bro, this isn't the sequel to Naruto. It's the sequel to Boruto. So it can't ruin Naruto. Correct. What's the next thing? Oh, by the way, Immortal left a while ago, if you didn't notice. Especially considering that, like, it's not like we were talking over him. We were trying to get him to die. And then he never thought about what he was going to talk about. Did he just he have nothing to say in this chapter? Okay, write it down for me. Yeah. Oh, are you still thinking? I'm very curious of those thoughts. I don't think he was listening. We're gonna try it again because I'm not confident he was listening in the first place. Oh, wait. I thought he can't. Because, it's only during the day. Yeah, she was, but did she feel that way? Did she indicate that she felt powerless? Because, for example, um, what's a good example? When, what's the best example? Best example. Best example. Did Kiba feel powerless when he lost to Naruto? Tell me, is there any indication of that? Did Shikamaru feel powerless when he technically lost to Tamari? Or when he just did lose to Taiuya? No. Doesn't automatically, yes, she was powerless against him. Well, actually, no, I can't say that. She dodged this Chidori and Chidori'd him. She was not powerless against him. He'd already won, but she wasn't powerless. Well, not only that, though, in the second round of the fight when Boruto's there, she's not being powerless carried by Boruto. No, no, no. She's actively supporting him. He asks her for help. And then she just is like yanking Hinari out of a claw mark and getting set up for Boruto's, Uzahiko. So she's not being powerless. Powerless would be that when Boruto's there, she can do nothing. Like, I don't know. the way Sakura felt in some scenes, or plenty of characters, or Naruto versus the Demon Brothers, when he just anything. There's so many situations. Naruto is, that would be powerful. Not what they did with Sarada, where she's being powerful. Why do you think Mellow's gassing up her power from these fight exchanges? Because she wasn't powerless. You guys can't both agree with Mello and disagree with us in this game. You have to pick. You're either going to disagree with him or you're going to disagree with us. You can't do. They disagree with
Yeah.
themselves all the time.
Sarada was powerless.
Is that?
Let me tell you something. What would happen to Sarada if Boruto didn't come to save her? Well, isn't that being powerless?
No. It's not even being powerless. She's just losing. Was Kiba powerless against Naruto in the prelims?
Not exactly, but he couldn't beat him. Same goes for
Naruto
Sarada. She
beat
was
him.
powerless. But Sarada was about to die. Sarada was about to die.
Okay, if Naruto had
No,
killed
that's
him in
before Sarada come.
Kiba was about to
That's
die.
before Boruto come. So you're telling me Sarada couldn't break through his arm? No, before when getting in chokehold, when he chokehold her.
I mean, she'd already did it again later on. She just yanked him out of a claw mark.
But by then she did it though.
She could have been.
Yes. True. I mean, Chucho was able to punch Jira also, you know. Chucho was able to also punch the Jira. And he didn't take no damage at all.
Cheer up.
Well, that just means she's strong to a point. I know that she's strong to a point where she could explode the tree from a weakened Jira. He was still holding back at that time.
Wait. Why was Jiro weakened when he took 0
Yeah,
damage?
he was holding back. So that power was weakened.
Okay, but Jiro was still holding back when Himawari punched Jiro later, and it did nothing.
Well, that means she's strong enough to punch through it.
And it does nothing, whereas the tree blows up from her just existing.
Well, yeah,
So
she's
clearly
that strong.
Jiro is stronger than his trees when he's not trying.
Well, that
That's
power
good.
output put on that tree, that just means she's strong enough to blow through it, but not strong enough to one shot the Jura.
She did 0 damage to Jiro. So
Yes,
if
but
the
Jura was
Shinju
holding
were
back.
stronger than their trees, which if Jura is the tree guy, he's the Tendil, he's the divine tree of all the line. His tree of trees should be the strongest. These trees even have healing
I
powers on
mean,
their own. He has the strongest trees. So if his trees are weaker than Yura, Hidari's trees are gonna be weaker than Hidari. And I guess he had no counter. He's probably gonna say that he lost connection or something. Jonathan Oliver. No, Oodie, I agree. He does have to go because he was losing so bad. Yeah, he had to go before he got two. He lost all his water. His 70% water turned into 30%. As well as all those other debates with Naruto. All like 100 of them. Yeah, that Uchiha girl. Yeah, a crazy psycho. About anything. Words that say yeah, I kind of disagree with that now. It gave me a different feeling. It, it is some things, yes, but for the most part, not really. So I kind of just, nah, never mind that. We did. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, time skip design, but I mean, look at Sarah too. Like, the way her hair is in the ponytail is also different. It makes sense in the TVV one. I still understand her hairstyle in the one on the right. I think you even wrote that somewhere or said it. Her hairstyle makes no sense. Mm. We need to save that as like an intro pictures meme for whenever like something's bad. Well, it certainly bothers me. I guess memes is where we go. Scroll up. Right below art. What do you mean? Wait, let's scroll down. It's very blurry here. Stay still for a sec. Oh, there you go. I think it was in reference to Sumire being like talking to Boruto, you know, as opposed to when she just doesn't talk to him anymore. Ever. Mm-hmm. She just is flirting with him. Yeah. Now, the one above it, um, all these images. My God. So basically, the start of Sumire conversation, um, I think it's no, of course not. And then she says, those are my true feelings back then. That whole thing. You can delete the image. Yeah, so that, and then I show the original scene. So, you have exclamation, and then you have a little bit surprised. She's looking back, and then the last one, she's kind of flustered, running after, and she looks back again with the sweat bead. Remember that thing that you guys emphasized? It's so embarrassed or so flustered or whatever the thing was. There's all those feelings because of the sweat bead. She has it. Exactly. So here it is. She clearly felt some type of way about Sumire saying that back here. And I said, yeah, I just disagree with Sarada here. That's a retcon. I disagree with that. Well, I guess it technically is true, but like 1%, so. Oh, yeah. I'm here. I got it. I'm just clearly eating, but wait a minute. Ikimoto, what are you doing? Sumire is saying it was obvious that Sarada liked Boruto back then, clearly in reference to the scene of Sumire saying she likes Boruto in the out arc. And Sarada doesn't deny it, instead just saying, back at you, Sumire. So which is it? Did Sarada like Boruto back then or not? And you know, before you say, oh, they're talking about current time, not back then, Sarada's line wouldn't make sense then. Because Sumire told her 3 years ago it wouldn't be applicable as a back gotcha. It's just, we both always knew. The end.
Was I just not heard on stream this entire time?
Wait, what?
I think my mic wasn't connected or something, and I just checked.
There's no way Space wouldn't have said anything.
Let me just double check.
This guy or not? Like, would it be okay? I mean, then it just right.
Oh god.
Well, actually, no.
Yeah, no, I just think I wasn't talking on
keep-
stream for the first 2 hours, 17 minutes.
There was so many times.
Work out. He did try.
Both in response. Say,
Oh,
how did
it's-
Space not notice anything the first 5 minutes when he was there?
Space. 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 Same with realistically everyone else in chat. You know, all
Yeah,
6
it's
concurrent viewers.
Didn't realize that I'm just responding to, or like, especially when you talk for like 10 minutes at a time. Silent?
I'm just gonna hope I'm wrong.
Why do you think Sarada was, does it say rushed? It's ruined. Well, considering that's what the stream has been entirely about, I'm starting to wonder if you were.
Well, stream has been even more ruined than Sarada.
If that's even possible.
Oh my god. Because if I wasn't heard, basically the first like 2.5 hours is just unsalvageable. It's not even worth people going back to listen to. Just doesn't
And I
even
don't
sense.
want to do it again.
Exactly. So we're just not gonna bother. And you and I heard it. And hey, that's just incentive to join the Discord! Because if you did, you'd be able to have heard it! Hey, there you go! Join the Discord!
I mean, on the bright side at least, we're just gonna have to go through it again with like Mello anyway,
Yeah.
and other people like that. It's gonna be the summarized version, which sucks, but at least we'll eventually say it again.
Better than nothing. Okay, so what is this? Okay, so I guess let's see if there's any more Sarada topics.
Oh, there are.
Oh god. Well, here's one right here. If we wanted to do Mello, will not like it. We should say this one for Mello. I want to start that one with Mello.
I have a lot of Momoshiki prophecy things, that's for sure.
Yeah, you already Biju stuff.
I need to move those over.
There we go. So those upgrade. Don't delete menu update Shikamaru.
Oh,
Way to do it.
um,
Full points for Sarada being good.
Well,
There's
wait.
something. Yeah. I think we actually did
this is
this
gonna be
before.
for the
But...
Mello thing. If
Yeah.
Sarada is only willing to use their full power to protect Boruto, and this is literally the rewrite I said earlier, just covers this. If Sarada is only willing to use her full power to protect Boruto and no one else, she isn't worthy of becoming Hokage. Now that she's willing to go all out in other situations, that's a step in the right direction. There are problems with this analysis, though, when you break down what Yodo and Sarada say in different ways. So, yeah. But, you know, if you just ignore that, it's okay.
Yeah, I'll try to think of more later. You definitely didn't. I think this was the thing I wrote down for myself. I wrote one thing down for Sarada being positive, and I don't know where it was, but I'm just gonna guess. Just go in order, I guess. Okay. When asked about her mission being rough, Sarada responds with, "Oh yeah, kinda." Like, bro, Iyoto's death, her Mangekyo Sharingan, and Mitsuki nearly dying and saving Moegi means nothing to Sarada. Like, Sarada
That's
sure...
hilarious.
Yeah.
Yodo's death. It went well. Yeah, kind of. I'm not even going to mention, like, Yodo died.
like Sarada sure wasn't saying, "Oh yeah, kinda," after the first Deepa fight. I guess we really know her priorities there.
I get the awkward thing. It's like if Sumire had probed and said, you know, what happened, and then Sarada would be like, well, Yodo died. But it feels like if Sumire had been like, I heard about what happened to Yodo, so I'd be like, yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, kind of.
Like she's basically just saying Yodo's death was kinda rough. It's like the most casual thing ever. It's like imagine like at the end of part 1 of Naruto, Sakura walks into the hospital room. So Sasuke, is he gone? Oh yeah, kinda.
Naruto. No, the Shikaku's like to Shikamaru, yeah, I heard your mission was kind of rough. It was pretty rough, huh? And he's like, yeah, just a little bit.
Like Naruto, you
especially like Choji Neji actually died. Yeah. That wasn't the best mission.
Yeah, like Kakashi shows up when Naruto's unconscious at the final valley. He's like, Naruto, knowing you must have given it your all. Naruto wakes up, oh yeah, kinda.
Yeah. Put in a little bit more effort than the last one.
Oh god. Oh, she really doesn't care. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
You
So
did do that 801 already.
we already did do this one?
Not the Samurai part, but the 801 below it.
Okay. This one right here?
Yeah. We did do that.
Okay, I'm just gonna copy that over to use messages or key topics or whatever. Okay.
But not the Samurai one above it.
Sure. Which one is this? I just want to look at it really quick. Oh yeah, okay. If we didn't do it specifically word for word, then I'm just gonna say it word for word because I don't know if we did it word for word, but we at least have talked about it multiple times. If that's okay with you.
Yeah, you can say it again. But
Okay. Ikimoto has consistently shown Ada watching at the beginning and yeah, we did. Okay, never mind. I'm just gonna do the next topic.
Yeah.
Okay. The Sumire one above it. Yeah, okay. I wonder what was Sumire about to say before Sarada cut her off. Was it gonna be more small talk or an actual revelation like Naruto is alive? So I think this is a reference to the beginning. Because Sarada cuts her off with like, yeah, Sumire, may I call you that? But
yeah, so
Sumire's about to say
I was
like,
gonna apologize, I think.
Okay.
Like, I'm sorry for what I said, basically.
I agree. I think it's still fun to entertain the possibilities anyways. So assuming it wasn't that, and it was a revelation, what do you think it was going to be? Because mine was going to be that Naruto's alive because she heard it through Kawaki's eyes and she wants Sarada to know that since she knows Sarada cares.
But
yeah.
it's not what she was going to say.
Yeah, like how is she going to word it that way? Like, I know Naruto's alive. Like I heard Naruto's alive. That one actually could work pretty naturally.
I found out that Naruto's
I mean,
I heard what Jura said about love.
I think it could be cool because she doesn't come back to it. So assuming it was a revelation, it wouldn't make sense for her to, unless she was just distracted and just forgot, or Hikimoto forgot, it wouldn't make sense for her to not come back to this
so
later.
Ridiculous. I just forgot to tell her, like, Naruto's alive.
Yeah. So assuming it's something that she was about to say, but not that she's forgetting, but now that she's choosing not to reveal it, then what do we think it would be? Because I think based on the context of the conversation, it would probably be in relation to Boruto, if not Sarada herself. But what that would be
and that's
exactly.
when the apology just makes the most sense. And she does apologize later on anyway.
Does she start it with I?
Yeah. I feel bad about what I said.
Okay.
Or I said rude things to you.
Sure. I'll give you that. I thought that was just a fun one. In fact, I kind of want to put that in intro topics. Screw it.
I mean, there's still the question of what was Boruto going to say when he cut himself off to Sarada in chapter 6.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
I still think it's either Naruto, if she's just not telling Sarada about Naruto being alive, or Sarada herself, maybe. I don't think it's Kawaki at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing about Naruto is that works really well back then. But then he just tells Mitsuki, he tells Shikamaru, he tells the people interrogating, yeah, they don't necessarily have to all tell Sarada, but like, man, how does freaking Mitsuki not mention it? Like,
Yeah.
literally live together in that room sharing mission. Like, it's just, how has it not been brought up by any of these people? It's just ridiculous. But that brings the question I think I may have asked. Does Sarada know at this point or not? Because it feels like she doesn't. It's just ridiculous.
Well, I have a
Everyone,
someone topic here with Sarada. This one's from like 8 months ago.
Oh my god, that's funny.
You know what? Screw it. Why not? So like, does Hidari just not know that Sarada is fighting Ryu, of whom he can teleport to at any moment? If not, does Ryu know Sarada is Hidari's target? What would Jura think of Ryu fighting Sarada, a Leaf Shinobi? What would Hidari think if Ryu killed his target? Especially if Ryu doesn't know, or if he does know. Like, both of those are interesting. Ryu doesn't even need to run over to Matsuri. He could just teleport to her at literally any moment.
The sad thing is, none of those questions will ever be answered at this point.
No.
Because for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Why did they come back to that?
I mean, it was pretty cool when I thought of the topic 7 chapters ago.
No, those are good questions
Yeah.
that should be answered.
Yeah.
But they're not going to be now.
Exactly. Oh, it feels so bad. Oh, it's such a relevant and timely topic, too. It's so good. Okay. Did you want to do your... Oh, God. Okay, actually, what is the summary thing real quick? Where will this honor student research and love lead her?
What was this from?
I don't know. And love is double underlined, though.
I know. It's probably after like the hour or something.
This is from 220. So February 20th. So what chapter was that? This was after the Sarada Sumire conversation about the class rep thing, I think. Either way, Boruto Novel 3, Those Who Illuminate the Night of Shinobi. In Boruto Novel 3, when Sumire looked at Boruto, who was standing beside her, she saw his eyes to be shining like the sun, his hair blowing in the wind, and his voice sounded very fresh in her ears. I don't know what this is in reference to, but I did 8 months ago.
It's kind of funny, but
Oh,
she really likes him.
well, Kamui, assuming this is what the topic was about, do you think Sumire loves
It's about
Boruto?
Akie.
It is about Akie. But it's just a fun theory I was humoring. Do you think Sumire loves Boruto? Just an idea I came up with.
It sounds like it.
I love how it's describing Boruto as the sun. That doesn't really go anywhere, obviously, but
Yeah, well, it worked with Mitsuki stuff.
yeah. I don't need to put that anywhere. We will leave it. Well, I probably should have. You know what? I didn't already copied it, and I just gonna put it over here. So I just can't stand topics to be deleted.
I feel that.
Sakura.
You had another Hidari question.
I did, yeah, that's what I wanted to look at. So, Kamui, did Hidari take particular interest in love? You know, this chapter, this one right here, this one. Yeah, did he do it this chapter? So obviously, he doesn't understand it right now like Jura, but I'm assuming the idea is he will grow to, whereas Jura won't, even though it's been set up as the opposite.
Yeah, so far.
So,
That might be the subversion of expectations to where Jura and Hidari's roles are just the opposite of what we thought. Hidari becomes the worst possible future, and that Jura is just like the good guy who betrays him.
So month
Maybe
8...
all of the Shinji become good guys except Hidari.
So, okay, so month 8 was chapter 25. That means 6 months ago for month 2 was chapter 19. What did Hidari do in chapter 19 to make me write this?
He watched Jura cry.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and like they do emphasize that he
Unless that
saw
was
that.
actually chapter 20, and in chapter 19 they're just talking about love.
Chapter 18,
Yeah,
I
I
remember memeing for like the 18 plus Matsuri meme, but oh my god, we have so much. It's not fair.
So many things. We haven't even scratched the surface of Boruto no Mushi either.
I know. Okay, so this is where we were. Jesus Christ. So we have
Wait,
this
did you do
written
that one?
elsewhere, and we talked about this before, but watch it be off screen.
You can just delete it.
Okay.
I don't need to move it to use topics. That one we can leave for a minute.
Yeah. What is this? Shinju.
Just keep scrolling.
Scrolling.
That's something we can leave for Keto.
Oh, here's one.
Okay. Is there any text with it? On my
Nah,
Discord.
there's not. It's just
Okay.
the post. So Sarada in all 25 chapters just sweats and worries and never mentions her
That's
dad.
definitely the reason I
I
put
could
it
tell.
just
Like, yeah, I bet you didn't even read the rest. You just left it up that sentence. Like, all right.
Yeah. Just sweats.
All she cares about is thinking about Boruto and becoming Hokage through him, lol. Meanwhile, Himawari trains to get stronger. I can clearly see who really deserves a Hokage title here. Well, it's definitely a
I
Himawari
definitely
fight,
just
but-
cared about the sweats.
Yeah, absolutely. I bet everyone else is only talking about the Sarada Hidari stuff, not the sweat stuff.
Yeah.
Oh.
Which we don't care about.
Well, it was definitely funny. So, screw it. At this point, let's just screenshot this top part of it. I wish
No, just do the. All she does is just sweats. No worries. Or just do just sweats. Just sweats. Just leave it there.
Here, you know what? Just sweats. I'll do it that way.
But yeah.
I'll put it in, I guess, intro pictures.
Yeah.
It's not really a picture. I'll put it in intro topics because I do that with things that are just text. Okay. But back to Boruto topics.
Oh, down. It's always miserable watching you do that.
I know. Because I never can just memorize where it is, and I can never bother to care.
I know, it's like...
So what was she already doing? Kamui, what was she already doing?
Helping Boruto means saving Sasuke, defeating Jura, Hidari, and Mamushi, protecting Konoha, and ultimately becoming Hokage. My question is, what was Sarada already doing?
Well, obviously, Kamui, it wasn't any of that.
Yeah, so she wasn't trying to save Sasuke. She wasn't trying to defeat the Shinju. She wasn't trying to protect Konoha, and she wasn't trying to become Hokage.
Yeah, you remember when she reached for Hidari's soul thorn? That's just because she thought it looked good as like a wrist bracelet.
Remember when she was just fighting Hidari before Boruto showed up? Remember when she was already trying to become Hokage? Remember when she was trying to protect Konoha from the Claw Cry before Boruto showed up?
Oh, she wanted to become Hokage? I thought she said Blokage! Or Flokage, or whatever.
Also, helping Boruto means becoming Hokage. I don't think that's true. If anything is hurting her chances right now, it's a lot of evidence to dealt with.
Yeah, she said you should become Hokage, not the Shadow Hokage.
You can delete that.
Another Sarada Twitter thing.
So the question will be, what loose ends to a resolve to become Hokage even existed before this arc? So the person says, Kaz says, my interpretation of the chapter 16 to 25 section of Sarada's character arc is that it can be summarized as, quote unquote, finding resolve or fortifying resolve. It's about the points and ideas of what needs to be a foundation in her character to progress more, to tie all loose ends before. So, Oodie, what loose ends to a resolve even exist? He has more. Family, friends, goals, aspirations, love. It's all of it through the years in one. It took those multiple plot lines and created a new base for a character so it can be explored for. Oh, yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay. So, what loose ends to her resolve existed before this chapter?
Well, I'm glad you worded it that way, because I was focused on something else, but actually it's connected. What if the loose end is the resolve itself? After all, apparently, this is about her finding it.
So Sarada wasn't resolved.
But she tied up her loose ends by finding it. Well,
like, again,
it's further proof she didn't
It's the
care.
Himawari preconceived biases. Yeah, in this arc, they wrote that flaw for her. But at no point previously was she unresolved to become Hokage. You know, people who are unresolved don't yell at the current Hokage and say, you're not my role model, Lord Seventh is. I'm going to be Hokage like him. You know, they don't do that if they're not resolved.
Yeah. So also, can we just add, like, yeah, sure, these two things might sound fine when you say them quickly in this whole big sentence here, because they both use the word resolve. These are two very different things. Finding resolve and fortifying resolve. The fact that you don't know which one it is, it tells you Ikimoto's bad. Those are very different things.
Like, fortifying is just like, I mean, to use a BTD reference, it's just stronger. It's just adding to the castle. You're fortifying the defenses. The defense is there. You're just making it stronger. Finding is you didn't have it and you had to go find it in the Lost and Found. Finding Nemo, it's not fortifying Nemo. It's finding Nemo for a reason.
So did Sarada have it or not? That matters here.
Like, because if it's finding results, she had no results to become Hokage.
Oh. Okay. Were there any comments on this we needed to look at?
No,
I mean, Kaz does continue. I don't know if this matters or doesn't look like it does. Her MS is the representation of that new resolve. Was it in chapter 80?
Yeah. Yeah, so I feel like these people, like Ikimoto, forgot that she already awakened it.
It was her resolve.
Hold on, scroll up slightly.
Her resolve to do nothing.
And a tweet, I don't know. The community seems to think you can't restrict her and put her in one. Yeah, no, nothing. Yeah, representation.
Okay.
So see, he should have said, like, I don't know. If he wants to be more precise, it would be her reawakening or her ability that she's just playing for the first time. But not the MS. The thing that she's had for those 3 years.
Yeah.
So you're saying that she has not progressed in this arc.
So by the way, the chapter 25 talk was needed. for anyone who's saying that's why we hate the chapter, no, we agree. It was needed. It was just
It just needs to
bad.
be completely rewritten.
Yeah. Like the Land of Waves rematch to where everyone's fighting on the bridge, that was needed. If they were doing it in inflatable ducky costumes, I'm not gonna say that's narratively peak.
Scroll down slightly real quick. I might have seen something. Okay, yeah. I wonder what our next arc will focus on. Likely her re-exploring her feelings of neglect from her father through Hidari. It might be a rehash of Gaiden. It would be. But with a different base, her new resolve. And a more honest version of her father, Hidari. That'd be cool. But that... Okay, but there's so many problems with this. This honest version of her father, Hidari, isn't neglecting her. If anything, I guess he's neglected her in the previous arc by not showing up, but like he's targeting her. That's not neglect. Second, her new resolve has nothing to do. It's just so bad. No, I don't want them to do that. Please.
I mean, she actively knows. See, this would be different if she thought Hidari was Sasuke. She actively knows Sasuke's in a tree and needs to be saved by getting Hidari's soul thorn, who isn't Sasuke. That's what she was
You've
told.
already seen that works with Moegi.
So this isn't gonna work. Sarada's not gonna look at Hidari and be like, Papa, remember 3 years ago when... she's not gonna do that.
Especially considering that when she did look at him before she knew, even though she already knew, but before she knew, she didn't even recognize him. She saw Hidari as so not Sasuke. She didn't even cross her mind that was the case, even though they were telling her it's Sasuke.
To this day,
conceive the thought.
To this day, I still wonder if that was genuinely intentional on Ikimoto's part to reverse the roles to where in Sarada and Sasuke's first meeting, Sasuke doesn't recognize Sarada and Sarada does. Here, it's the opposite. It's she reversed it. The problem is he kept it going for so long.
Like father, like daughter. The other problem is, they made that like a point.
Yeah.
It's glossed over.
Yeah.
Not a big deal. Well, she forgot. It's speaking of us, but not the story.
I know. Weird. Either way. Oh, here's Sarada. Is this? What is this? Is this Sarada? It is. This is a long Sarada one. So, I don't know if we start with the Twitter post on this one, or if we start with your text on this one, but...
Not there to see. So, you do what you think is best.
I'll come back to it. It's a lot. Okay. Okay, what is it? Okay. So you say this aspect only applies from chapters 16 through 21 with that Sumire conversation, which means you / Sarada / Ikimoto can't be pretending she's always done this. Now, I think this is reference to the above thing. She's wrote it as a different message. It wasn't always there, just subtly behind the scenes. You don't reread Boruto retroactively and go, wow, it was there all along. How did I miss it? Well, if you're Rudo and you see Kawaki crying in one eye, you make the story worse by doing that, but you're not supposed to. You reread Boruto and go, wow, she never had that problem before. In fact, rereading just makes it worse, because you can't just forget and take Ikimoto's word for it anymore. Well, I'm glad you agree. Okay.
The funny thing is that what if that's why like people like manga like just disagree with us because they haven't reread the story so many times that they just do forget.
See, but we can't use that excuse because we show them the panels. Like, apparently Jonathan
So-
Oliver forgot that, Sasuke helped Boruto at the end of part 1.
I know, it's like, you can, like, disagree with Oodie's point, or whatever.
Exactly. That's not what he was
The fact that you
saying,
don't
though. That's why I
remember, like, you
refuse to
remember.
post the panel. Because obviously he
how do
didn't
you-
forget, but it's not what he's saying. Like, wow. I know. I think we actually already talked about this, so I'll just delete this. Yeah. Okay, so for the next topic, sounds like the Z story, Genma Kabuto stuff. Okay. But for this next one, oh yeah, okay, there's that. Let me just copy that over too. Oh god. Okay. Okay. We just copy that all over since that's all that one topic. Okay. And this is such a mess the way we do this. But it's the best way that we figured out anyways.
Only way.
Yeah. Okay. Bro, how do I have to use the bathroom again? Like, I didn't even drink water last time I got up. So you never do. Not even been that long.
You can play another clip, I guess.
Yeah, but I at least want to find the next topic before I do that. Actually, it kind of makes sense to play the clip, go to the bathroom, come back, let the clip play until I find the next topic. So I'm just gonna do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Didn't really.
Hashirama.
He literally gave up.
He just sold.
What? Yeah. What did he give up? What did he give up?
As soon as he saw that people were like, "Oh, nobody really wants to follow me. I'm not gonna be able to be Hokage.
Yeah,
This is
You know,
this
not
was a bad
everybody's meant
idea.
to be
I
leaders,
give up."
You have
He
to
gave
start
up. He didn't-
trying to give up.
No, but Oodie, but this is the thing. What Saran's saying gets into a point that I think you just don't get.
Like
Madara
never
doesn't want to
truly-
save the world because he wants to save the world. It's because he wants to be able to be the savior. He wants to think to himself, I'm the savior. That's what Madara wants. He doesn't care if
Big narcissist.
Danzo is in the Infinite
Completely
Tsukuyomi.
disagree.
He cares that he launched the Infinite Tsukuyomi. He doesn't care if Obito, he doesn't want Obito to launch it. Because he doesn't care if Teiuchi's in the Infinite Tsukuyomi. All he cares about is that he did it. It's for him.
Yeah.
He's
Otherwise,
selfishly...
why would he want to stop Obito from doing it himself? Why? Because he wants to be the one to do it. He wants to be the savior.
So why
do
is he
you
mad
think
when
Obito?
nobody's
Why do you
supporting
think?
him?
Why does
is
everyone
he-
think
why is
Madara would
Oodie-
stop Obito?
Oodie-
He wasn't going to stop Obito.
He literally
You're
said he was going
crazy.
to.
Literally-
No, he literally
he was
doesn't.
He was literally going to.
No, he wasn't
was.
going to. You're
He's
crazy.
being stopped
Obito
by-
was
No,
about
he was-
to start the Infinite Tsukuyomi. If the Alliance didn't stop him, Obito starts it. He was minutes
He
away from
literally
doing
No,
it.
says,
no,
thank you,
no,
Naruto.
you're wrong,
You
you're
saved
wrong.
me the trouble of dragging the Biju out of Obito.
Exactly,
He thanks
which means
Naruto
he
for doing it
planned on
for him.
fighting. He planned on fighting Jubito in order to take it out of him to restart the process so he can do it himself.
You're
If he
ignoring the
didn't care,
context.
Also,
This is
Oodie,
after
he
they had
also-
already stopped
Oodie,
the Infinite
Oodie.
Tsukuyomi.
No, Oodie. Also, he tells Hashirama, but one he's referring to the whole plan. He said, but one thing's
and
off.
I will be
The
one
one
to
who shall
accomplish
achieve it
Yeah.
is me.
I shall be the one to accomplish
Yeah,
it. Yes.
that's what
Awesome.
Madara cares about. That's why he's mad.
Exactly.
He can't.
Big.
Even his
He's
clan
mad.
doesn't trust him to be
Oh,
the
he was
savior.
mad
That's
about
why he
it.
wants to destroy the village.
He knows that Obito was trying to achieve the same thing that he did, but every single time you see him talk about it, it's always him, it's always it's always this, because he wants to be the one to actually do it. He doesn't want Obito to do it.
He can say that. It doesn't mean he's not going to actually stop Obito.
He literally
just
says
something
he
he
was
So
going.
says.
you're going. So because of what you think, you're going to disagree with what Madara says himself. That is weird. That's just weird.
Based on
Like Madara says,
I'm believing
I
in
will be the
Madara's
one to do
actions
it.
over Madara's words. If Madara says something contradictory, I'm just gonna go with his actions.
Oh, you know, just
His
His
actions
action-
was literally that he was going to
He's
fight
Literally thinks
Chibito.
to
That's why he
thinks
wanted
to
the sage mode
himself.
from Hashirama.
You know,
He
Mela,
just
just
couldn't
debating
stand
Madara for the
him.
38th time in a row. You know, nothing
Yes,
new, nothing different.
Yeah.
He literally thinks to himself about how this is the problem that Obito's become this strong, and how he's thinking about how he's gonna take him down because he wants to do it.
That's just a
What's,
lot.
are you guys talking about him taking Obito down? Is that the topic?
No, okay. The point is that
Okay.
Madara.
Are you back?
Well, I'm my microphone, and I'm not in front of my computer.
Okay, then I guess we'll keep waiting for that.
Hey.
But
Made any progress?
well. We'll do this one really quick. This one's funny. Another Twitter post by Panda April from China, seemingly. Naruto dies and everyone moves on. Not even a memorial service for the ex-Hokage. Not just ex-Hokage, but the one who single-handedly saved the world like 7 times over. No, the one who ushered in the era of peace. Whatever. You know, the one that's like friends with everyone in Konoha. Not just friends, who's family with everyone in Konoha.
So, I do get them not making like a chapter centered around it.
Even though they did it for Hiruzen, the not main
Hiruzen
character.
actually died. So,
Okay, the people think Naruto died. If you want to say that's why the audience doesn't get to see it because we know, then fine.
yeah, because we know he didn't actually die. But what I will say though,
Then what about
Is that-
Obito's memorial service?
that's going to get into my point.
Okay.
Something that I think they could do that makes sense and addresses the point without bogging down the pacing with a fake funeral that doesn't matter would be just have Sarada in front of Naruto's memorial in literally any scene you want to pick. Just any one scene. She stands in front of the memorial, has a conversation, and mentions Naruto in that conversation in front of the memorial. It's a very small, minimalist thing. You pick your favorite existing conversation and just tweak it with this in mind. It's all you have to do. You don't have to add anything. You really just have to slightly tweak something. Most minimalist thing you could do, and you've addressed it. This is the memorial. It exists. People are going there. Sarada in particular is the character. You could also do Shikamaru. Kawaki even could work as well, although Kawaki's kind of extra funny because he knows it's not true. What could be interesting, actually, this might be. I think Sarada or Shikamaru are the two characters to do this with. Like you could have Shikamaru go there, like for as an example, elders where it's like Shikamaru wants to believe Naruto's alive or whatever. Something you could do is that you kind of don't hint at it quite as strongly with the elders, but after the elders conversation or something, Shikamaru's in front of the monument thinking he's still alive. Or honestly, Hibawari's another one to where in front of that monument she could be thinking about Naruto being alive. But what could be really interesting though is if Sarada's in front of the monument and Kawaki shows up and they have a brief conversation about Naruto, and it's kind of like that chapter 39 one. It's not a bickering about killing Boruto thing. It's a almost heartwarming but so tragic conversation because Sarada believes Naruto's dead. Kawaki's trying to comfort her, but the whole time he knows damn well that Naruto's not alive, or Naruto's not dead, and it's all his fault. That could actually work pretty well too, but the point is just put something in front of Naruto's memorial. Problem solved.
So
And it's a lot they could do with it.
So, real quick, something funny, and then after something serious. Something funny. What if the reason Himawari genuinely believes Naruto's alive isn't anything to do with her feelings? It's just because she just didn't get to, like, see a memorial service. Well, you guys would have had one if he was dead, so she must be alive.
Like, is there a memorial? No.
Well, I heard that, like, dead people get funerals, and I don't think my dad ever got one, so...
What about her mom? Did they give one for Hinata? Is that why everyone thinks Hinata's dead but not Naruto? To the memorial service for Hinata.
But okay, for something serious. So, going with what you were saying, there's a difference between writing the scene in and adding the scene in. I don't want them to just show it. I don't want them to do a Naruto memorial service. Or I just forget Naruto. I don't want a memorial service in any story to be showing the dead character being dead, or to show the sad characters being sad. Oh wow, they are crying. No, that's not writing anything, because that's not doing anything more with the story. That's just adding the scene in without adding any substance to it. You need to add actual, the whole point of the scene, the character moments, the development of the characters. That's the whole point.
Yeah, so like as an example, word for word what I said about Sarada and Kawaki from the monument, put it during the Hokage funeral.
Yeah.
It's similar to how, because I'm sure this is where you're going, and I shouldn't be doing this, but because my heart wants to guess your point. Similar to how the Hokage funeral in Naruto. Yes, it's about Hiruzen's death, but the story aspect isn't about the fact that Hiruzen's died. We're having a memorial service. It's the conversation with Iruka and Naruto, which relates to Hiruzen's death, but it's something. It's that story saying something that just relates to Hiruzen's death, but it's not about Hiruzen's death. You know, it's about why did Hiruzen do what he did and so on. But like, Iruka gives his whole last speech. That's what the scene's about. In this case, you would just have Sarada give a speech, or Kawaki gives a speech, or I don't care, Iruka gives another speech during this one. But yeah.
I was gonna also add, I don't know if it's in the manga, but Konohamaru gets a lot of moments, especially with Naruto, during that episode. And I think Sasuke as well gets a couple moments.
Don't know. I mean, in that episode, I think for the most part, Konohamaru was kind of just crying.
He is crying at parts. I mean, that makes sense, but especially at the very end of the episode, like the clouds go away and you see Naruto like in the bright light smiling as he turns around to walk forwards into the light or whatever, and Konohamaru looks at him with a glimmer in his eyes or whatever. As he says something.
That I have no idea.
I'm pretty sure. As they play like the do-do-do, 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 do-do-do. That's it. You know the one. It's like one of the piece of Konoha themes.
Yeah. I mean, they really could just take the premise of that funeral and use it here. I mean, there's a lot they could do. I agree.
And if you want to count it,
I perspective like Ikiba wouldn't want to do it, knowing that Naruto's not actually alive or not actually dead. So that might be why he doesn't want to do the funeral scene, and I get that. But
I mean, even then,
just do the memorial gravestone thing. It's the same as Obito. He's not actually dead.
Yeah.
So there's nothing wrong with that.
And I'm gonna count this even if it's not there. Kakashi and Kurenai's moment in front of Obito's grave is during Hiruzen's funeral. That scene alone makes Hiruzen's funeral worth it. It's impactful.
Yeah, I am going to count it because it's essentially part of it.
Yeah.
Because it's followed up by Jiraiya's flashback with Hiruzen, which is relating to the fact that Hiruzen died. I'm counting all of it. Because even that Kakashi's words, they're not directly related to Hiruzen's death, but there's elements that are connected. So I'm counting it.
Okay. real quick, I do want to see what that episode ends with outside of just Itachi and Kisame. Do you know exactly what episode it is? 82-ish?
Should be 80.
80, okay.
I think 81 is the Return of the Morning Mist episode.
Okay, we'll
So
check
I think it's 80 is the funeral.
I just want to see.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, so Naruto, at least I got this visual right, because I remember with like the band-aid. I remember that part. Yeah, I kind of get that too. Oh, there's Sakura Sasuke. Man, we should have got these designs more. These are cool designs, especially for Sakura. I love the black on her. For Sasuke, it just looks like a normal outfit for him, but it's still cool. The black is different from blue. It's cool.
Oh, who is that bald guy in the back, by the way? By 1010. Who is he?
It looks like one of those 7 Ninja swordsmen.
It's the only character on screen without a nose.
This looks like a young Fugaku.
With his 90s haircut.
Yeah. Oh, stupid. Anyways. Oh, okay, so it was with Haruka. But is Konohamaru here? Okay, well, Haruka's looking. I also got the song right.
Remember Konohamaru was him crying and then Iruka's speech after that.
Okay. At the very least. Oh, okay. Well, okay. Konohamaru is there. It is a moment with Haruka, but Konohamaru is there and sees it. And I'm assuming there's more. Yeah, okay. Well, at least the clouds break.
The spark to it. Konohamaru's the reason Naruto asked the question, essentially.
Shout out Shino. This also is a good design for Shino.
Also, shout out that guy from like the written exam, or he might be one of the guys who gets eaten by the leeches at the Force of Death, but right, the next nearest guy after Naruto is in the tuning exam.
Really? I thought the guy that got eaten by the leeches died. I mean, they like pan up as he's screaming. It feels like he died. They're explaining the deadly animals.
But I think he might be one of those guys. If
you know
not,
what?
He's a different team, but he's in the tuning exams.
We have to go check
I
now.
recognize the design.
You know we have to
He
go
might be
check.
a written exam guy who gets disqualified. He might be something else, but
Someone
I feel
has
like
to
he's
know.
one of those guys. Oh, you know who he might be actually? All right, we're gonna check it after. If it's not the leech guys, I think it's the people who opened the scroll.
Could totally be
I think
them.
he might be that guy now that I'm thinking about it. I think it's
a flashback.
that's probably like episode 47 or something. But we'll try leeches first.
Okay.
Leeches should be 26 or so.
That's where it just was, and it
Maybe
wasn't
27 if there's a filler episode before.
there. Yeah, because 30
So
is
right at the beginning of the
Orochimaru.
exams.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know exactly where the leeches thing even is. I know it's at the beginning.
It's like really early. But in fact, it's probably before that first Kiba scene
Okay.
when they're on the
Oh,
ground.
is this it?
'Cause I think that's
Are these the guys?
okay. I don't think it's gonna be. Yeah, these are RUINED. Okay, so if these are leech
Yeah.
guys,
Yeah, these
alright,
are
so
the
go
leech guys.
to the scroll episode. Whatever that's gonna be
35.
before they meet up with Kabuto.
There's Kabuto. Okay, right. Let's go.
Okay.
I don't think it's these guys.
Oh shit! I thought it was the guy on the right.
Yeah. I mean, it's very close. In fact, it just straight up could
I don't know.
be
It
him.
might just be. Yeah, he's just dirty here. We gotta see if he turns his head.
Oh, I don't know. It might not be. It's the problem. Do they only have that small scene of them there?
No,
they have the scene later on when they
I think-
are knocked out, but yeah, you get to see them here. Right. That might be the closest we get.
Okay,
Well, what do you think?
If he just screams, I'm going with it.
Oh, okay. That's probably the best image, actually. I mean,
He's
it's
just dirty.
It could be, yeah. I'll give it to you. We're gonna take a screenshot of this. Screw it.
Okay, you know what we gotta do, though? You know what we need to do?
Hmm.
We need to just assume it is him and just see if anyone else would come to the same conclusion. So we're just gonna say it's him.
Yeah.
It's gonna be an NC Hammer question. Who is this?
Exactly.
And then when he inevitably doesn't say the guy who opened this girl.
It's so
We'll have to
stupid.
put it in spoilers so we don't forget the answer.
I was gonna put this one. Yeah, this one. Oh god.
It's the off chance I forget.
That's so stupid. Okay. I love it. We definitely can't say it's not him. Okay. Okay, so I'm assuming you are.
No, wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Do you think he has a name in the Naruto Top 99?
There's a solid 50-50 shot.
They have Kohana. I gotta see if I can look this up. Is the name of the ninja who opens the scroll in the Forest of Death in Naruto?
No one officially opened the scrolls during Team 7 attempt. Yes. Yes, I know.
There was no AI overview. There was no Leaf Ninja who opened a scroll during the Force of Death in the Naruto series. That's just wrong. How am I gonna figure this out? The only way to do it is to scroll through Naruto.
There's a hilarious one. What if Orochimaru opened the scroll instead of swallowing it?
Yeah, what happens? Like Iruka tries to knock him out.
Well, someone else was saying
Does
it.
Orochimaru just pretend, or does he just body him? He's like, I'm busy.
Yeah. I mean, someone said above that the person that knocks him out is actually using the paralysis jutsu rather than, I guess, just chopping him in the back of the neck or whatever.
Yeah, in which case, Orochimaru's is way better.
That's definitely funny. Someone gave me this thought. During the Force of Death, what if Orochimaru opened Team 7 scroll instead of swallowing it? I'm thinking Iruka would be in some deep shit. Can't you just picture the look on Iruka's face? Haruka, this is not what I signed up for.
Orochi, yeah, no, it's after Orochimaru peels his face off too. And then he just sees Orochimaru. He's just, oh god.
Someone says here, Orochimaru would have been disqualified from the second part of the exam.
Yeah, he's screwed. How is he gonna continue? He's disqualified. Who's this hokey guy I just found?
Haruka said he could become the next Hokage.
Dude, no freaking way.
Did you find him?
The name of this guy who says he can't do it. And he's like the first, if I'm not mistaken, he's the first person to say I'm out after Ibiki's 10th question.
Oh, no, Kamui, I already have that. Already wrote that down. That's in the NC Amber questions.
Wait, Komugi?
No. That's just wrong then. Because they, unless it's different in dub versus sub. But, I mean, very weird change.
What are you referring to?
Because he says the full name of the team, if I'm not mistaken. I wrote it down.
Wait, you wrote down the who is the first person to quit the 10th question?
Oh, not to quit. No, okay, that's different. It's the first person to be disqualified.
Okay. Mine is, I believe this guy, I'm posting it now.
Oh, no, never mind. No, I did write it down.
say like, I'm out. He's the guy who's like, I'm out.
What were the names of the teammates? Okay, never mind. Not the guy.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I have the guy, Kobo. Okay, so what you should do is copy and paste that to the bottom, so it's right after what I just did.
Sure. I love that.
Okay, this is hilarious. I have such a stupid one. The dumbest. Oh my god, I found another one. This is hilarious. All these names I'm just finding right now.
Oh no. This is such a great place to make these stupid questions.
Dude, so obviously the fact that I have a spoiler after it kind of spoils the obvious answer here, so we'll have to do something about that, but look at this recent one I just did.
Okay, also, do you want to do the ones that like I wrote down and I did the ones that you wrote down and see if I can figure it out and see if you can figure out mine? Is Santa canon in Naruto? Well, I'm gonna guess yes. It's gonna be someone named Santa.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I okay, remember the Matsuri question? Where do we have that? I want to copy and paste it word for word with this other one. Where's the Matsuri one?
That's funny.
Okay. Wait, where did we put it? Oh yeah, what episode chapter does Matsuri first appear? So I'm gonna do the exact same question for Koji.
Koji.
Because it was the funny thing about that though, we gotta space him out. Because he's in the same scene. It's one of the kids in that same scene as Matsuri.
That's funny. And if we
have to space it out so that he forgets.
Okay, this works on multiple layers.
Scene.
So first of all, first appear means we would go with this guy because he appears before Kashin Koji, but we're saying Koji, not Kashin Koji.
Exactly. And that is a hint, as it is. But it's right after we do the should we do the Matsuri one or this one first, do you think? Because if you do it after, he's just gonna know it's not Kashin Koji. So, but then again, that applies to Matsuri. I don't know what order to do that.
I mean, we could just space it out, like we're saying, just leave it as is.
Yeah, but that's funny.
I know.
Trying to see if I can find the scroll guy, but I'm getting distracted by so many things. For all I know, I missed it. This would take forever to actually scroll through. I do like this as a question. Just what is the name of the boat rowing dude in the Land of Waves?
Well, it's not a trick question, but I like it.
Nobody's gonna know the answer to that. But good question.
Kaji. I actually did know that one because I just recently rewatched the episode.
Oh, this I don't know, we're just coming up with stupid ones. All just we're top 99. But I want to just look up who is Suzaku Nara? See if we can guess. Who is Suzaku Nara? Who is he? What scene is he in? Ko Hyuga.
I don't remember him.
Nishi's another one that actually we could do like the Matsuri question with. If it's, I don't think we already have that in there. So
that's a good one, yeah.
It's actually the first one I even like found for those. So,
yeah.
In what episode / chapter does Nishi first appear?
This has been such a bust.
We can also do a
podcast.
thing to where we split these up between different guests. Like one gets for Swaikage, one for NC Amber, one for someone else.
Yeah, we can do that too. Okay.
Not seeing this dude, and I'm starting to think I either missed him or he's just not here. But then again, though, they have all these ridiculous random ass people. Like that point, like there's no like this scroll opening dude is more important than Koji. You know, so
oh my god.
The problem is just how would I find him?
I don't No.
Bro, why is Shiho ranked higher than Mizuki? Get out of here with that bullshit. Most of y'all watching don't even know who Shiho is. The Demon Brothers are below Shiho.
Not meta
Get
again,
the
bro.
hell. Why are the Demon? I mean, at least they made the top 200 at 200, but like the Demon Brothers. I mean, I know they don't do anything, but they're so cool, and they have such a cool name.
I mean, think about it. They're part of a Zabuza's team. Like, that's just a more opportunity to
the
see him.
Demon Brothers and the Demon of the Hidden Mist.
Like, regardless of their real names, just imagine how cool it would be to get a side story dedicated to people called the Demon Brothers. Like, bro.
Dude, that would be dude, I want their one-shot manga. That's an underrated pick. I actually want a Demon Brothers story. What is their story? I gotta know. You know what I could do that's just like impossible? Actually impossible. Name every proctor in the tuning exams. Not the main ones, but every proctor. Like all the ones in the written exam, for example, which are really just all the proctors, but
Yeah. The monster ones at the top.
I'll be honest. That's one I cannot do currently. But if you don't think I can just memorize it and then never forget after that, you'd be mistaken. I can do that, and I will do that before this.
Okay. I think the only way to... Okay, I'm just going to copy this monster one to the bottom because it's the only way to...
Every time we look at Naruto Top 99, we just can't leave.
Let's do it.
And all we're doing is looking at names. Oh, dude, I did find one of the Leech guys. Oh, wait, no, that's not him. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Okay, hold on a second.
Oh, God, what?
I need you to rewind the clip on the scroll guy.
Okay, so you mean just pull it back up? Like visually?
Yeah, the anime clip. Because I think I just found his teammate from that scene.
He is like...
And if he's there, the other guy is. So I need you to just pull up the anime clip.
Okay, he's like blue stuff on like the left and right of his eyes. Here he is.
So obviously
Right
what I
there.
have is black and white. Yep, look at what I put in the bottom of the quiz. I found his teammate, which means he has to be in there.
Has to
That's
be,
gotta
bro.
be him. So where is he? We are looking for this.
Okay, I'm
so
joining
glad
you.
I found that because that justifies what I'm doing.
That means we are finding this.
Exactly. I can't believe how many of these kids from that freaking Heroes and Eureka rooftop conversation with the Academy kids. I'm seeing more and more of them.
So stupid. Okay, 100th and below.
Where is he then? Because him. Oh, I like this. Another random question.
Man, Yashimaru is pretty low.
I might be the only person who I think... Okay, it's one of two people, I'm pretty sure. But I think it's Shikaku. But who killed this man? I'll do a spoiler of the easier version of the question. Easier version. Which Leaf Ninja killed this man?
Let's see. Which man are you talking about? Saji?
The one I just posted.
Yeah, I'm
So
gonna. Yeah,
it's
based on
either
the
that's him under
lines.
Shikamaru's dad's Shadow Strangle Jutsu,
Yeah.
or it's one of the guys that gets Mind Destruction Jutsu by Inuichi. But
In
I
fact,
think it's
based
Shadow.
based on his
think it's
neck,
Shadow.
it looks like there's a sharp shadow in the hand shape. It could just be
Yes,
a
I think
shirt.
it's that. But
Yeah.
I'd be curious if anyone else would recognize that instantly. Where is this dude? Also, there's more than one guy named Dango.
That's amazing.
Okay, so
This is such an off-screen stream thing, but at this point, this stream's a bust anyways.
yeah, half of it's not even there. So, so 426 is Minoji here. I don't see his teammate below that. Where is he?
Wow, they chose such a girly image for Yugao. Like, dressed up in all makeup and everything.
Oh, wait, hold on, scroll up. I wasn't looking at your thing. Let me see it.
There's Yugao.
Oh, yeah, that's at the funeral.
Giant spider, bro. I can't. Giant spider ranked higher than Kitamaru.
Oh, that hurts. I love Kitamaru, bro.
So stupid.
Some 4 are just so good. The more I think about it, the more part of me wonders, do I just think that's the best arc? But I really like the Pain arc too. So it's so hard to pick, they're so good.
But every time I go back to the Land of Waves, it's a question I have to ask myself. Can I say it's not the
I
best
know
arc?
it's not the best arc. It's just so perfect. Every arc I watch, I have to ask myself, does that apply to Boruto?
The question is it the worst arc?
Exactly. Man, where is this dude? Because there's not a chance they have the teammate and not the guy who opens the scroll himself. Oh my god. But like, he can't be this high. He can't be, considering the ridiculousness of some of these other people.
That's
Is
the problem.
this him? It doesn't look perfect, but I'll let you see what you think. Do you think this is him?
Oh, you know what? Why are we going based off the anime clip anyways? We should be going based off the Naruto manga. Thinking about it.
That's a good point. Use the black and white one, too.
Yeah. I don't know how to get there.
While we're at it, we should check the
chapter 45
manga version of the Hokage's funeral after to see how he looks there as well. Because sometimes in the anime, they just change the design to these background characters.
Yeah. Okay, but it was too late. Let me try. Chapter 46.
I wonder if this will be him as well. Because the way his face is looking.
Oh, wait, no, I'm stupid. I was going for the leeches guy. That's not what I was supposed to do. It's too early.
Alright. I'll look too now. And the manga.
Okay.
Oh, what would this chapter be called?
The path you should
The last chance. Okay, I did find him.
Oh, okay.
Even
quicker than me.
It's the most recent one I posted. That's the scene, because I was looking at it, I said, I wonder if that's the scene of him doing it. This is absolutely is. So now, let's go to Hokage's funeral. Just see if I see this guy mine. Any Let's just see.
Oh,
How do these
yes.
guys look like him?
Weird. This chapter's like in color for the first part of it. Oh yeah, and also just to confirm, it is his teammate in the manga. That is what he looks like.
Yeah.
That's the image they chose.
I have a different I didn't like overly look, but it looked just like him, so
Yeah. That is that guy. Okay. I guess I'll go check with you. I had
the
no idea.
people
what chapter.
behind Naruto scene look like completely different characters.
Okay,
sort of
let's
argue like these random dudes them, but
Let's see, where exactly is it? Well, there's the Haruka, Konohamaru, Naruto stuff. And Konohamaru also has this like episode afterwards when Tsunade becomes Hokage, where he does this,
locks himself in the room.
I wasn't even thinking of that. I was thinking when he's like, "Well, I'm the grandson after all." What the heck is a cenotaph? In front of the cenotaph? Is that like a memorial thing? An empty tomb or monument that commemorates a person or group that buried elsewhere or whose bodies are lost. Well, that's really sad.
All right, so I'm looking. I don't see anyone who's definitively that guy, but what I will say is it's kind of funny though. One of these characters looks like Yashimaru is at the Hokage's funeral. You see him in multiple scenes, like they are consistently there. And or you could say Karua, Gaara's mom, arguably more accurate, but I think this image in particular is the one that really cements it. I'll put this in intro topics.
Okay. I think I see here you're talking about Yashimaru. Is it this person right here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's extra funny in the colored manga because you have the same colored hair and everything.
I would have said the same thing. That's hilarious. Bro, we know the story too good. I can't believe how much we know.
Hey, that's what I'm saying, bro. It's like, Mamba, you don't notice like this Yashimaru at the Hokage's funeral. You don't even know who Yashimaru is. Okay? And look, we are scrutinizing the panel. The difference is there's no Matsuri Renegon eyes nonsense. It's just, hey, this looks like Yashimaru. One's bad art, one's just a funny, like, oh, okay, that looks like Yashimaru at the end.
Okay, here's some art that I can scrutinize. I can scrutinize this in the Naruto manga, I think, assuming that I'm right. I could just be completely wrong here. Can you look at my screen real quick?
Yeah.
So I think this might just be an optical illusion, but it looks like this is Naruto, obviously. Here is Haruka and Konohamaru and everyone else behind him. It looks like this person's in the foreground in front of Naruto, but he's meant to be drawn behind Naruto based on his clothing.
It looks like both.
I think it's because Naruto's clothing itself is what's going in here, rather than this person being drawn on top of it. But that means he's a pretty big chest.
It looks the same way. It's just, yeah. So this one, you could argue, is a depth perception thing that it's not bad because it's optical illusion. Because depending on how you choose to look at it, if you look at if you look at Naruto, he looks like he's in the front, the other guy behind. But if you look at the other guy, he looks like he's in front and Naruto's behind.
Exactly.
So it depends on who you look at. So that is an optical illusion, actually. You should take a picture of it, just because that's kind of cool. And I do not believe Ikimoto intentionally put a random optical illusion of this one random panel out of nowhere.
I'll put this in intro pictures.
But in fairness, whereas that's technically bad, it's better than the Ikimoto case because at least in this case, it's got both aspect. It's not just bad; it's also good at the same time.
Yeah.
At least it can look like Naruto's in front. Oh shit! Can I undo?
Well, at least we found who we were looking for.
What was the name of this guy?
Oh, you already put it in chat though, right?
Yeah, I deleted it because I was gonna move it to the bottom. At least I know what side of the screen he's on.
Wait, which character are you looking for?
I found him. I just couldn't remember his name.
Well,
who is this?
Definitely Shibire. Guess we could delete Suzume over here, Tsuzumi. And
oh no, shoot!
Oh, did you not want to do that?
What was his name?
Shizumi. You had no text written for him. I figured like the whole point was that he looked like Shibire. You were questioning if it was him or not, and it wasn't.
You're right, but I realized afterwards it would be fun to just do who is he?
Okay, sure. Well,
but now I gotta re-find him.
Here, I'll go. Okay, Shizumi. I can find you the number since. Oh no, I can't because it's on the picture mode because I forgot to turn it back. Oh, I'm sorry. I can't find it.
Was it Shizumi?
It was Shizumi. Yeah.
It's not working, whereas other things are. So I don't think that was his name. I should search Umi.
Oh
That's
my god.
Oh.
I'm sorry. I did it. No.
There he is. Oh, it's because it's Suzumi, not Shizumi.
Okay.
So I don't even know the answer to this one off the top of my head. But we're gonna ask it anyway. Who is this?
Suzumi. Okay. Sarugaku almost makes me want to say the Sand Village's name in Japanese.
What?
Sunagakure is the last name. Sarugaku.
Oh, Sarugaku.
Like you read it and you're like,
Sarugaku.
that doesn't look right. That should be Sunagakure.
I know when I see Minochi, I want to say Inochi. All right, well, anyway, away from Naruto Top 99.
Yes.
Oh, we finally succeeded on that goal. And I'm walking away.
Okay.
What's the next topic?
Well, how much longer did we want to go?
Well, we probably shouldn't go much longer.
Okay. Well. I guess since you're walking away, we can't do that one topic I had pulled up. That's okay. But instead of that, what we can do is the Sarada Twitter thread. That's the irony. Sarada until now. Well, let me see what they're responding to. I cannot stress this enough, but I really, really hate it when people misinterpret Sarada's character as someone who has to choose between love, saving her father, and becoming Hokage. There's no evidence that she can't have all three. People just come up with their own narratives. And in response to that, that's the irony. Sarada until now was under a similar mindset of having to choose between pursuing her dreams of becoming Hokage or pursuing her emotions. Okay. Thinking she can do only one and both would make her a loser. She was proven wrong by her MS being powered by her emotion.
Well, a powered by her emotion.
I mean, I don't understand why Sarada would develop this mindset in the first place. Like, she
I know,
did
it's just
not
like-
originally have it.
I just feel she would just. Why would you have to choose? Like, it's just like weird. It's like saving her dad. Okay, that's related to being Hokage, saving villagers. Like, it's just weird. Why would you ever think you have to choose? I don't. They're all related.
Like, all of these words are essentially synonymous in the Land of Waves since I've been going back and just rewatching that arc. But you have, like, dream, ambition, desire, goal, value, emotion, humanity. Like it's all connected, basically. And I, like, do stuff with that in my script. But... So how is Sarada just not putting 2 and 2 together when she already knew that?
Because she's stupid.
Because she's a loser. Yeah, but you said to that, man, I swear, all these analysis threads on Twitter are making me hate the Sarada stuff more.
Yeah, it's just every time I read it, I'm pretty sure there's more to that analysis too. Like if you click on it, it just keeps going.
Sure.
Oh, we never finished that one either.
On Discord's panel, so here's my interpretation of what she meant on thread. Sarada says here that spending energy obsessing over such things made her a loser. She thought she couldn't be Hokage because of it. She was preventing herself from developing. She was deluding herself. Deluding yourself and not staying true to who you are deep down never ends well. Man, remember when she wasn't doing that in Chapter 1 or Chapter 3 or like pretty much anywhere else? How is she supposed to be acknowledged as a Hokage if she can't even acknowledge her own genuine and strong feelings for Boruto? Well, she can acknowledge her genuine and strong feelings for being Hokage.
This is another thing, though. It's not that she's not acknowledging it. She just wasn't sure. This isn't Kabuto or Itachi denying, like you know, it's not doing the same thing. It's not Obito denying the Obito, and it would be if Obito was like, am I Madara or am I Obito? I'm unsure.
Yeah.
It's not the same. They're not doing the same things. She's not rejecting her feelings for Boruto. She just wasn't sure.
And again, this is why we
She made it clear that she spent the reason. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
The reason she feels unworthy becoming Hokage is because she spent time obsessing over answering that question.
Yeah, exactly.
She kept asking herself it. That's not what you do when you're rejecting it.
Well, but that works perfectly, because what I was going to say is that this is the reason we meme the Naruto line to be better, because it just is, because the Naruto line makes sense. What do you mean? How is she going to become Hokage if she can't acknowledge her feelings for Boruto? What do you... By becoming Hokage! But her feelings for Boruto aren't relevant to that!
Like, it's not like Tobirama could become Hokage. He didn't get laid first. Like,
It doesn't make sense.
so stupid.
Realizing she's been running from her feelings, she stops. This opens... Well, first of all, she wasn't running from her feelings, so
That's
she
the
didn't
problem.
realize it.
She started running from her feelings. Again, if she was rejecting them, that's one thing. If she's just, again, I'm not saying this. Ikimoto is. Sarada is. She was obsessing over the answer to the question of whether or not she likes Boruto. That's not running. In fact, she's running towards it, trying to answer it.
She said she was confused. See, now, if they wanted to make this work,
Yes.
if they wanted to make this work, I'd be fine with a close interpretation of this being that she was questioning it, but she denied the possibility anytime she came to the conclusion, so she kept being in that question, like, loop.
because she rejected the answer, looking for a different answer instead of that as the answer, because she didn't want that answer.
That would work as well. That's not what they did.
Exactly.
But that would have worked.
Exactly. Yeah, now she's accepting the answer, regardless if
But
she
that's the
wants it or
thing,
not. Or maybe she
I
decides she
already
doesn't.
know
want it.
Mama's watching. There's no difference. There is a difference. You're just too stupid to understand, Mama. And I'm going to continue to be mean to you today.
Yes,
you
you will.
deserve.
This opens doors. She can acknowledge things fully now. That's not a congruent sentence. This opens doors. She can acknowledge things fully now. I guess it is more. There's no more running from anything. Sarada has essentially broken a ceiling that was preventing her from growing as a character. It wasn't preventing her from growing as a character.
Exactly. She was, because again, this chapter's implying this has been there since pretty much the beginning. So she didn't grow
Ever? Why do people like Sarada then?
Exactly. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, these announcements we hate her more.
But also, like, if she just never, I guess, realized her feelings for Boruto, could she just, like, never grow in anything else throughout the entire rest of the series to these people?
Yeah. Her character cannot grow.
But also, let's just say, like, up to chapter, like, 18 or whatever, if we ask these very same people, hey, what do you think about Sarada's character and, like, her growth in 2 Blue Vortex? I bet you they'd be dying head over heels in love with her character development.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I like to think that Sarada has a savior complex, so naturally she's drawn to Boruto because of how much struggles he faces. As someone who wants to be Hokage, she feels to need to protect him and be there for him. Okay.
Isn't that all the more reason then why her feelings for Boruto wouldn't make her feel unworthy to become Hokage, and instead it'd be the opposite? It'd be her desire to become Hokage makes her want to save people. That's why she wants to save Boruto, which would just strengthen her to be like, wow, the fact that I feel this way, I sure should be Hokage.
Bro, this guy literally like debunks himself trying to further his own point. And this makes her think she can become Hokage. She's trying to reach out to someone who's alone in the dark, as a Hokage should. That's the exact opposite of what you were just saying.
Yeah, he just said what I said. That it should be making her strengthen it.
Exactly.
That's an argument against him, not for him.
She isn't acting this way just because Boruto is her childhood friend who she loves. It's because he's always in trouble. She needs to protect him and be his light. If she can't, how can she do the same for the entire village?
But that's the problem. That's what they should be doing.
Exactly.
That's not what you said. You just made that up. And I don't blame you for wanting to do that. But that's not in the story. That's not what she said. It's the fact that she was obsessing over whether or not she likes him that made her feel unworthy of becoming Hokage.
In fact,
you rewrote the story.
This is just good though, like what they wrote. Like even with what they did this chapter, Sarada shouldn't have been questioning her feelings for Boruto, or if she was, this is the conclusion she should have come up with. Not, I like Boruto too. It's she was wondering why she wants to protect Boruto so badly, and she realized it isn't just because Boruto's her childhood friend, it's because of her Hokage thing, and that gets you to the line that's like Naruto in a way that makes it actually good.
Yeah. Same. World of difference.
Stupid. This is a cool opening thing. Even in Boruto OP5, right here, when Boruto couldn't hold Naruto's light and was in the dark. Who was the first to appear? Sarada. Why? Because she's the future Hokage and his close friend. She's not just Boruto's fanboy. Okay. Could just be yapping. This is just my interpretation.
Amazing thread. No idea why people are saying her whole character revolves around a man. Makes no sense. Yeah, I agree. That's why we don't like this chapter that Ikimoto did that. Even if it did, it just means Alice.
All of them were.
Oh my god.
And, like, again, the more of this they do, the more I come back to chapter 80 and they say, it's not about Naruto. It was all about Boruto. And then that just makes us hate the Mangekyo Awakening even more than I already did.
She awakened her Mangekyo over feelings she's confused on, by the way. Oh, we didn't finish this either. Oh my god.
I know, this is what I was going to say. So, yeah. Naruto dies and everyone moves on. Not even a memorial service for the Hokage. I figured we just alternate.
Yodo literally dies on duty and not even her teammates give enough about her.
But like I said, though, the most you got from Araya was a sweat beat. The thing that he had the whole arc. Sasuke is knocking on death's door. It started as like, well, I love Boruto. Now, that one I love the meme for, but like in fairness, it's not like the point of the conversation. Like, what? Yeah, she could mention Sasuke. The time to do that though would be to Sakura, not to Sumire. It'd be like, hey, by the way, before we talk about Boruto, Sasuke's like almost dead. Just so you know, Sumire. Like that just doesn't make sense. The time to do that's with Sakura, which they're not going to do, and we're complaining about that. But it shouldn't be in the Sumire conversation.
Yeah. Real quick, let me just double check. So this is weird. So obviously Boruto teleported Sarada back to the village, and she was there when Moegi was freed. You get to the hospital scene. Yeah, well, okay, and also Sumire's not there. You get to the hospital scene. Sumire's there. Sarada walks in. Everyone else is still there. Even Team Mino Shigechoke.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Go back to the Moai awakening scene, like where they actually stick the door bulb in the tree. Sarada there, like.
I mean, it would only make sense, but just double check.
Well, no, because she was knocked out and Mitsuki's not there either, so she might have just been in the hospital herself.
Oh yeah,
no, she's not wearing hospital scrubs or anything. But
you're right. You're right. That's a good.
She could have just woken up later.
Yeah, and Mitsuki isn't here either.
There. Mitsuki doesn't care about Moegi.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, got me there. Is Mitsuki not in the hospital scene here either? I guess that would make sense if he was with Sarada. So. Okay.
I'm thinking he's back at the room sharing mission.
Probably.
Mitsuki is devoted to that mission. Sarada clearly quit. She only goes there to hang out with Ada. She's not there on the mission anymore. She stopped.
Well, to be fair, Kamui, it makes sense why Mitsuki would be so devoted to that mission. After all, he loves Kawaki.
Sarada should be the one there because she's immune to Ada. Be more useful.
40 plus manga pages gone. Ikimoto.
I love it.
Yeah, I remember when this was just like, oh yeah, kind of rough. Yeah, Sarada surely looks like she just went through a rough time, that's for sure.
Yeah, her best friend Yodo just died.
Yeah, I remember when Naruto was doing this with Sakura right after Sasuke left the village?
Oh my god.
As the whole Chicken Gaara's arc got summed up in 3 panels, yeah. Okay. Let's see, was this that? Was this that? What is this? Oh no, okay, yeah, so that's Irony Sarada until now is using similar minds. Okay, we read all that. Okay. delete well, we're making progress. Okay, I guess we'll do this one. The left one makes the Hokage point. The actual problem with the chapter that no one on Twitter is complaining about, even worse. So, Kamui, why don't you take it away?
They actually look at it now. I'm actually convinced it's a translation issue. You don't really see this issue in French, Spanish, or even Japanese communities.
And that's in reference
And
to,
then-
I guess, this?
Yeah, so this is starting to believe Boruto as a manga is harder to comprehend than many so-called deep and complex mangas out there. Shout out Jonathan Oliver. The amount of misinformation and low IQ takes that spread daily is just unbelievable. This person's saying it's a translation issue. Gives an example. Let's click on that. The desire to be of help to him is what makes me stronger. I even feel like I could become Hokage, so that's the English one.
Yeah. I feel like this might be what I was in reference
okay.
to. Is this the Viz? Or is this the original?
I think that's the Viz.
Do you want to double check real quick?
Click out again.
Click what? Viz?
Backwards. Yeah, so you gotta zoom in, I guess. Or, no, hold on. That looks like that's the French one. So what's the Viz one, Ayos? Check real quick. Because now I'm confused. The Viz one says, my wanting to help him will only make me stronger. It makes me think like I can become Hokage. What's this one say?
I even feel like I could become Hokage. This one I think is even worse because it implies
That's what I wrote. Yeah,
closer
so
like
now,
past feelings.
Yeah, go ahead, say it, and then I'll.
It implies closer to past feelings, aka this is what it was all along, aka her reason for becoming Hokage was retconned, as opposed to the spoiler translation, which is like this is my new thoughts. Closer to that.
Yeah, and also, okay, now zoom out. I just want to see what I wrote. If not, then I'll just add this.
Well, there's the second thing here as well. Unless you want to do your things you wrote first.
This is them basically arguing over.
The translator should have done and better job. What an ironic sentence.
Yeah. So they're basically just saying it's about the subject thing because if someone had a post that they misunderstood something, it's about subject that doesn't really matter.
I like their Himawari with sunglasses picture.
I know. Every time I see it, I think it's Ada. But so yeah, the left one makes the Hokage point. The actual problem in the chapter that no one on Twitter is complaining about, even worse. Because but like ignoring what you said too. Well, in addition to what you said, I should say. I even feel like I could become Hokage. You realize the issue with that, right?
That implies that she doesn't normally feel like that.
She could become Hokage until now. It's the first time she's thought that, ever.
Yeah. Like it's going above her normal.
Yeah. It's not that this chapter's implying before. It's well, I could, but I'm not confident. Now it's just, yeah, I feel like I could now.
Like, by saying even...
I feel like I will, but I could.
By saying I feel like I can even become Hokage, that's almost like saying, like, in invisible brackets, in spite of my normal feelings, I can even become Hokage.
Yeah, it's like yeah, I think I can become Joni now. I even feel like I can become Hokage. Like, it's like way beyond normal.
Yeah.
I think 2 tiers above her normal feeling. She thought she could be a Chunin before.
Oh my god.
She already is that in the anime, so...
Yeah. Did we do this already? I feel like we did.
No. He never translated this.
Okay, let me just Google it because I got a headache.
Oh, I wanted your actual translation of all of that, but
I mean, this I can just basically cross compare anyways. So I'm so conscious of that, I can't help but feel like a human being, and I wonder if it's okay for me to aim to become Hokage. Okay. Something like that. Feeling. I have myself. Something kinda for the purpose. The person I am, I thought. Something like that. Or those. I Hokage become Meza. Let's see what this one is. Is that Mesa or Meza? The first one is like eyes. It's probably like something like look towards the future. Hey, this is probably Za. Oh, I think that's goal. Is a kanji. Either that or super is a kanji. Either that or super. Let's double check. If it will ever load. Yeah, it is this. Okay. Mezazu. Okay. Interesting. To aim for. Okay. So Hokage is what I'll aim for. You know, kind of something that's like good. Like a good goal to aim for. Okay. Thoughts on that first one?
Say the full thing start to finish again. I'm sorry, I'm getting really sleepy, so I need to say
Okay.
it all at once.
And something like that is like my will or consciousness is Ichiki. I have myself. So it's something kind of like my purpose of what I think it means like the human. Hokage is what I'm striving to be. It's a good thing. Oh yeah, this is that's so bad.
Well, I'm realizing that I am so tired that I still absorbed none of that. I am so sleepy. Yeah, we're gonna have to just end it, I think.
Okay. So his power become my feelings? His power has become my feelings? What is this? What is this saying? How do they translate that? I feel like I want to help him. Well, that's... Oh, okay, if they're doing... But that is Shikar. I've never seen Shikar be used as help, but that would make sense. I guess. Yeah, no, I think you can translate. Okay, that's fine. Sono Mama, what reason? I become stronger, or to be stronger. She's not saying it, but I guess that's why I want to be stronger. Hokage Date. Hokage need Date. Okay. Nada do. Okay, so I want to become Hokage. Kigasuru. That's my true feelings. Right? Not true, but that's just my feelings. So she wants to be Hokage, so she can help Boruto. It's actually not really as bad in the Japanese. She just wants to become stronger and become Hokage so she can help Boruto. That's all this is really saying in the Japanese. But yeah, I feel like the desire to have that same power makes me stronger. It's not how that says. And I can even become Hokage. But yeah. Well, okay, guys.
Somebody fell.
Good night. Oh my god, Adam says I was gonna say something. My bad. Yeah, Adam, I guess it is. Oh god.